Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final fight. It is the final night of qualifiers. We've got Nameless, Rosalie, and we are all casting from home because the blizzard came through, making sure we're staying nice and toasty and able to watch the games we love. Rosalie, how was the drive last night?
It was a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. I hit a few pockets of snow, but I'm a consummate professional, so made it home pretty okay.
And thank God for Monster powering us through tonight's show. Nameless,
Oh
we are
yeah, come on
locked in,
now.
though, because some huge implications to our standings. What's the big storyline on the day?
Yeah, I mean, we got some matches that will determine if you're in winners or losers, and we're going to get our number one seed figured out today. Obviously, the first one is a big one for Miami. They have to go to a game 5 or win in order to.
Now this is how it would shape out with Toronto
No.
Koi down in that elimination bracket. But we know that things could get a little bit dicey with Miami in the mix today. A 3-0 loss could shake things up. Some other teams have the chance to secure the number one spot with teams like the Gentlemates in that power position. If they go 3-0 or 3-1, they will be our top seed headed into Texas.
That's so crazy to me to even see that Toronto Koi is that far down with how well they've been playing. The entirety of this split. It's just so weird to me. It makes sense that we have everybody kind of in this bubble where we don't know where things are going to land because everybody can beat everybody.
Yeah.
Nameless, the big surprise so far in the standings was the Falcons, and then it was the Carolina Royal Ravens. Who finishes higher on the standings in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Falcons have a chance to be the one seed as well. Carolina's been absolutely electric. I think it comes down to map win percentage or some tiebreakers, but I think both these teams have a real chance, obviously, to finish 5-2. You look at Riyadh; they're already there, and for Carolina, they're playing LA Thieves. LA Thieves have not been dominant, so opportunity for Carolina today, especially with how well they've been playing in the Overload and the new life that Exceed has brought them. That match should be absolutely lit.
Shout out to our graphics wizards. We've got them working remote, and you can see it's 4 teams locked up at 4-2, and 4 of them are in action today with LA Thieves and Carolina playing each other in our second match. But the other 2 squads, you've got Heretics at 3-3 and Vancouver Surge. Surge, you can jump up to 11th place. You can't go much higher than that at 2 wins. For the Heretics, though, this is your winner's bracket life on the line, right, Allie?
Yeah, exactly. And it's so good because Miami has been playing so well recently. They've been really good in the hard points. They're 8-3 right there. They're 5-1 in map ones. The only problem is they're going up against the Parish Gentlemates, right? But like, if you asked me that 2 weeks ago, I would have been like, okay, maybe we're a little worried in this situation because how good the Parish Gentlemates has been looking. But a lot of these underdog teams have been surprising us. So for Miami, their back's kind of against the wall right now. I'm expecting some lights out performances from them.
We do know 2, make it 3 teams now officially locked for our losers bracket with just 1 life in Texas. Boston Breach, Cloud9, and Vancouver Surge are going to be playing with everything on the line. What do you need to see from these teams between now and the LAN if they want to make it to a Saturday?
Well, I mean, for Vancouver, a win would be awesome. Right? You look at these guys; they've had a decent amount of time now, and for all the other 11 teams in the league, like we've seen big moments, and we've even seen moments from Surge from the individuals. But today's a huge opportunity for them going up against FaZe. If they're able to push them even to 5, it bodes well for them going into the LAN.
Cloud9 New York is done. Vancouver Surge, the only team of those 3 still in action. And of course, Miami is still looking for their spot in the winner's bracket. They've had their ups, they've had their downs. Trakes looked locked in, Allie. We were here about an hour and a half before the show started, getting our cameras set up. Trakes, he had his shirt unbuttoned. The man was loose. He was unleashing damage in the bot lobbies. Expectations for the rookie for Miami today?
Pretty high, actually. I remember kind of congratulating him on their most recent series because it was the best performance that we had seen out of him. And if he keeps playing like that, I mean, you're looking at a Rancor with a 1.26 in hardpoint. Super's got a 1.5 in search and destroy. Like, this is a well-rounded team that I'm expecting to be one of the top dogs.
If Miami doesn't have the most to gain today, it's got to be the Gentlemates. Let's take a look at the team from Paris that is now sitting atop a 4-2 record, just 1 match away from first place. They could lock in that number 1 seed with a 3-0 or a 3-1. If they go to a game 5, it opens the door for a mess of tiebreakers.
Yeah, this Gentlemates team has been absolutely disgusting. I mean, it's the number 1 hardpoint team in the game. You look at all like the advanced metrics, they're top 2 in everything, and they're willing to go to basically every map. They've tried all of them. They have 3 where they haven't even lost one, right? And then they have arguably the best AR in the game right now in Ghosty. So a lot of things have been going well for the Gentlemates. The one thing that you look at this team, you're like, they need to improve. It's their overload. They've been running into the issue where they're playing teams on den, teams are parking the bus, and they don't know what to do against it. So for them, that's kind of what I'm looking at today, a big overload opportunity, especially going up against Miami, who've been playing well there in the last couple of
I want to see if Den gets into the mix after watching the games yesterday. We saw teams try to park the bus with 3:40 left on the clock.
It
was getting mixy. Today, though, we're going to cycle in with our top slayers, and it's got to begin with Dan Ghosty. A 1.21 leads not only all ARs, all players in the league. Right behind him, you got the double down from Vegas. They have Abuza, an AR, and Simp. The best SMG? Where's he at? How do you see these teams? Let's start here with the Vegas squad, Nameless. Who's more powerful and impactful, Abuza or Simp right now?
Well, I mean, you gotta go with Simp just because of, the body of work that's there. There's something to be said about the impact that Abuza's had on them, particularly in Search and Destroy, Chris. I think he has an argument best sniper in the game right now. He's taken over some searches for them. Yeah, he's a walking highlight reel in that game mode. And we're starting to see him and Draza figure it out a little bit. Got a little nickname, the Zaza duo, and their hard point's been improving. I really think them having that hard start, playing all the top 3-4 teams early on, has molded them into a real championship contender headed into Major 1.
Allie, right now you're guaranteed a top 5 seed, but they're looking to finish top 4. With a win today, they secure that. And with a 3-0 or 3-1, they stay in the running for a top 2 seed. Where do you see FaZe finishing, knowing that today's opponent is the Surge, our 12th place squad?
I definitely see them finishing with that top 2 seed. I mean, unfortunately, Vancouver Surge has just really given us nothing, and there's just no reason for me to believe that they're able to beat Vegas FaZe today.
Let's take a look at the schedule on the day, the final fights before we head down to Texas on Tuesday. Heretics take on Paris. We're going to see Carolina versus LA and FaZe versus Vancouver. If you've been paying attention lately, that 4:30 match could be the best of the entire stage as Carolina has been undefeated with Exceed in the lineup. LA Thieves on a heater after taking out Optic. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's the first fight of the night. Lock in. Heretics take the stage when we come back. Great segment, y'all.
Go.
Let's find out who's built for the big stage.
Heretics ready to dive in. Finds Tim. And Snoopy wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. Inside. Down the Bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
It's time for the Gentlemates to take the stage, and I want to start with the lady who's been cheering for them before they were good. Rosalie has been a super fan since Gotaga and crew got invested into the CDL, and for good reason. We knew the fans were coming. They've been there since day one. Now they have a good reason to cheer.
It is so funny to me because I'm just like, when that was happening, I genuinely believed in the roster. Like, it wasn't like I was being sold off, but now they've got a roster that they can really believe in that's putting up numbers. And for Gentlemates, really their only problem right now is overload, right? They're 2-4, it's their worst game mode, 10 overall in the league. But talking about the positive, they're the best hardpoint team in the game, sitting at 8-2. They're undefeated on 3 of the maps, so their map pool is incredibly deep. And they have the best player in the game, and Dan Ghosty, who's leading the league with a 1.2 right now, with a 1.34 in hardpoint. He's been doing it all. For Gentlemates, they can almost do no wrong. They just need to put all their forces into that third game mode.
And you were saying earlier that Abuza may have the best sniper. We're watching these SIB highlights, and he just reminds me that he is a threat no matter where he is on the map. We look at the numbers. They're number 1 in hard points, going up against number 2, though, as the Heretics surprisingly have one of the best records in the entire league.
And you talk about this Miami team. Blackheart coming in was massive for them, Chris, because they're 2-0 on it, right? And their auto veto prior to that was Colossus. So it gives them some wiggle room. So if you're Gentlemates, you have to be careful in this series. The maps you like, Miami like as well.
Let's take a look at this Miami squad that has been on the bubble. The shakeups and losses to teams like Boston have given them life and an opportunity to lock into the winners bracket. How do they get there, though? Through Dan Ghosty's Parish Gentlemates crew. Nameless, I want to start with you. What's missing in Miami you hope to see in the final night of the qualifiers?
Yeah, the easy answer would be search and destroy. There's virtually no map pool there. And I think a lot of it, Chris, is like last year when you have Real on the team, he was so good at finding first bloods and getting away with his life. And now you look at this team and where they're 5th in opening duels, so they're still getting those first bloods. They're not getting away with their life. 11th, like, you know, second to last in the league. Right. So that's a massive thing that they need to focus on. Because last year, whenever he would make a huge impact early on, then you'd see Super and Rencor making huge plays down the stretch in those rounds. So I think that's the primary focus if you're Miami, is that search and destroy.
Ali Metals has been our X factor. He's been the takeover guy in their big wins. Can he take over against Envoy and the Gentlemates?
I think so. I mean, I think if I've learned anything about Metals this season is he's been way more consistent than he has in the past. I think maybe with taking out Real and kind of putting him, it feels like more on the front line. It's given him opportunities to grow, but they're definitely going to need him to be on one today if they want to take down the Gentlemates.
It could come down to the S&Ds. I'm hoping for a game 5. Let's see how it shapes up, though, in our hard points. You got number 1 versus number 2, and they're going to square up on Den and Scar, 2 of the player favorites, it seems. Colossus and Blackheart banned. Why do you think that went down, Nameless?
Yeah, well, Colossus, that's the auto veto for Miami, getting rid of both of those. And then for Gentlemates, you know, like we talked about with the map pool, they've played one Blackheart. It was pretty close, but Miami are 2-0 on it. Have looked like the best Blackheart team in the game. So really both teams, I like the vetoes here.
Ali, let's lock in. As you saw our 5-game series, you and the fans are still out front, but not by much. Who are you taking today?
I'm still going to stick with Parish Gentlemates. I think they're looking to be one of the favorites heading into Major 1, but don't count Miami out.
Nameless, did you just go with Miami as she said Parish Gentlemates? Where did that smile come from?
I did. I'm going to go with Miami.
He's going to try and catch up.
We've had a lot of like weird upsets. We're at home. It's a weird energy. Miami's going to win this, bro. I got Miami in 4.
I was going to go Miami till you picked them. So now I'm riding with the Gentlemates. They got the top dog in the game right now. They could have the number 1 seed, and they just need to win in 3 games or 4. Let's see if they can get the job done as we send it over to Shift and Study.
Let's get it going, baby. Last day of qualifiers. Dude, this is unbelievable in terms of what we have in front of us for the standings, what could possibly happen in the bracket, and like the desk had mentioned, this first overall match, Jay, has some big implications for who starts in that upper bracket.
Oh yeah, it's a big match for both teams. Obviously, you guarantee yourself a winner's bracket side if you are Paris, but on the opposite side for Miami, you're thinking, I'm at 7th spot, I got it locked up. No, you got to win a certain way to guarantee your spot towards the winner's bracket. So a very good team that we have here, a very good matchup that we have here between the number 1 and number 2 hardpoint team. And I think that's touched on it perfectly. Just the addition of Blackheart forces these vetoes to be a little bit different because the auto veto for Miami is Colossus. You get rid of that. You don't want to play Miami on Blackheart, so you leave exposure in the mix, but they don't pick it. So a square up on the opening Den is going to be massive to see who's the best one on Den.
I hear that, and I'm here for that. I think the biggest thing between both these two teams at the hard point, yes, it is the number 1 and number 2 ranked team right now in terms of hard point strength. But the one big thing that I've noticed about Miami, and the stats really do kind of support this, is they don't break well. But to be fair, they don't have to break often. They're rotating well. They're holding well. But if you find this square-up match on rotation, there's going to be a lot of focus to see if Miami can break some of those key hills today, Jay.
Oh, yeah, that's massive because on the opposite side for Paris, they're one of the best hold teams that we have in the game. And the one time that we saw them on certain maps like Scar yesterday, they were able to hold down new HP. So we're instantly going to hop into this one. A battle of some of the top hardpoint teams that we have in the game. Gentleman looking to improve their seed, and Miami looking to just lock in on the winner's bracket.
That's telling you, man. Right now, the league is up for grabs. You just never know who's going to show up on the day and be the best team of the game so far. Miami looking pretty solid over the top of P1. Evenly exchange the kills, stay in the hard point the whole way, and Renkor's off to a really well-off start. 2-0 up. He's got help all around him, and yeah, this has been perfect for Miami so far.
Yeah, 30 seconds still to fight for here at the P1, but you're dominating all that mid-map control. Now you just got to pick up some of these long lanes because players like Sib are going to decide to go for a long route, actually cut it back to mid-cut and get up his life. So Miami is still going to have all the map control and Soak Ball this time, and Paris is going to be laid off the rotation, not the start they were looking for.
No, not at all. Good shots from Renkor. Surprisingly, doesn't finish Neptune up top. Looked like he had him dead to rights. But his streak will come to an end. Trakes will work on the exit eliminations, backing up into couches. And he is in a little bit of trouble. Good read on the spawn from behind, but does he anticipate all of these Paris members from the front? Timing is perfect on the little pop-up. He finds himself one slips away from the initial trade and actually forces a team kill to come through. So Miami are able to stabilize inside the hard point and keep Paris at arm's length.
Yeah, now the spawn's getting a little bit mixy. Miami, 2 players towards the back. Everybody else for Paris going to spawn through mid couches and the front side. And they go 4 for 1 in that trade battle.
Wow.
Now the hard block doesn't come in. Trakes thinks he has the timing. Paris is still in the play to potentially find the break, but they gotta go. We need to start winning some fights.
Yeah, sure do, and that is maybe enough right there. Envoy and Neptune working together. They're able to clear out the hard point. Nade from Trakes allows him to get some sort of freedom inside the hill, but not enough. So Miami will still spawn behind the old time. They're opting to play through this exit time, though. Kind of surprising Paris with that, and yeah, that's going to work out really nicely. So they give up about 13 seconds to scrap, but Miami now have numbers trying to rotate over to new, and it's looking really good for Miami.
Yeah, when you get those close spawns, you might as well not hit a long route. You might as well, with the numbers, go your way through that old time and get it. And then rely on your teammates to potentially find one off the rotation, and that's exactly what happens there. So for Miami, an opportunity to change that P1 and P2 to this P3 as they are lighting up the kill feed again. Paris is just off to a slow start.
Absolute smoke show from this man right here. Renkor at 9-2 on another 4 spree. Perfect timing on that little peek out. Gets him to his 5th. Working possibly close to a Hellstorm, but Envoy shuts down the streaks. Follow-up from Metals is good, but not great. It's Trakes who finishes, and it will be opportunity for Paris to come off the spawn and try again with 25 seconds left in the hard point, but Super right there to cut it off. Beautiful double. Looking for more to find 3, and Miami's absolutely obliterating Paris on the den through 3 hills.
Yeah, and Paris would have had an opportunity to just cut their losses with 25 seconds left if they got some good time off of P2. But almost down 100, you're forced to contest some of this old time. And now Miami are making you pay for it. Super on 5 in a row. Back Dragon spawn secured on their end for this rotation at P4. But it's the battle for Paris already on the bottom side of comms. They're going to walk away with a bunch of those fights. And now Miami are all the way across the map.
What happens to the spawns, though, for Paris? Because you do have Metals blocking in the back. So here comes the long convoy of Heretics members from the front. They deal with Sib. Already into the hard point. Go Miami. Moment of pause here for Paris. At least that's the intent. Doesn't work out as Ghosty drops at mid. Neptune's in some trouble trying to finesse to keep his life, but he gets bullied out. It is just individual kill after individual kill. Paris can get nothing going, and Miami still find themselves around the hard point.
But 2 go down in their favor. At least for now, Miami are out of the HP, and they're spawning all over towards rooftops. So Paris, gentlemates, could be able to walk away with this final 20. But with the lead that you have, might as well contest it all the way to the very end because we're going back over towards a P1. But 3 for Mr. McLeod. He's starting to turn it around on 4 in a row. The second set needs to be a whole lot better from Paris off the rotation.
The fact that they're only down about 60 points actually going to feel like a bit of a miracle considering that they did not rotate well at all in that first set. So good recovery there at the end of our final hard point, and an opening elimination from Sid has Paris looking to jump on in and contest time at P1. Trakes dancing on the backside of the pillar. Neptune with the cutoff play. That's enough to get Paris in and start again, soaking up more of this opening time.
Now you have Neptune hitting routes. Trying to play for the steps ahead, but once he gets caught down, now you have a pinch on the opposite side for Miami. 3 go down in the feed, and now spawns are scattered all over the map, and Miami are still able to manage that. They're reading them to perfection, but at least for now, they're not getting time, and you take this if you're Paris.
Now Drakes, the Rook, going to find himself kind of behind enemy lines. Big gunfight here with Neptune. Slips away from the wall bounce and is able to find the win. So that should move the spawns around a touch here, especially with Rencore cleaning things up over the top of P1. Huge double, and Miami will get the scrap time and stabilize with the spawns setting themselves up for 2.
And what'd you say, Al, right before this series started? Miami's struggling breaking, but so far they really haven't had to break any of these HPs. You're finding all the kills at the right time off the rotation. You have players set up in towards the HP, and such a close spawn comes in there for Rencore, but they read them, and you nade yourself if you're super. So this is an easy break for Paris. Overwhelm them with the numbers. All of Miami towards the front.
Well, Rencore way outside the rooftops, able to find Neptune. That will soften up the setup here a touch for Paris. Ghosty fighting back. Spawns are still close for the Gentlemate, so they will get all 4 members in and around, ready to receive this next hit. Ghosty with some opening damage. Doesn't like the look of this hit, though. So it's on to Sip to try to hold the front line, and he's good for 2. Now off the regen. Here comes Envoy. Neptune! Yeah, that'll work out. Perfect from Paris, and now they're down within 30 points.
Yeah, but you give opportunity against Miami with no one hard blocking towards the back to get you off of this junk time. Try to beat you to the punch over at New, but this time McLeod is able to pop a double and Envoy there for the assistance. They do not give up that free time this go around. So Miami only going to have about a 10-point lead, and it turns into a one-on-one gunfight, and Rencore's going to get some really bad timing there at Dojo. So Envoy in the position, at least for now, to play keep away.
2v2 over the top of P3. Envoy chasing with the pistol, able to find the shutdown out of Trakes. But Miami close spawning over towards Dojo. Trophy system keeping this next attempt safe. Super with the opening contest. Good team shots though coming through, and Paris are starting to wake up. Now down within 10 points, and Miami are stuck trying to wait for the reinforcements towards Dojo.
Yeah, trying to set up this break. No one's hitting a pinch. You got to find an opening kill, and you don't get it through 10. You get a trade from Trace, but still Neptune staying alive, finessing his life. Allowing his teammates to assist them. Paris have been able to chain that P1 to P2 to P3 the same way that Miami did in the first go-around, and now they're growing the lead even more.
Yeah, this has just been a battle of the holds right now for both these two teams. Contested with the pinch from middle. Envoy trusts his teammates to pick that up, and they provide the kill. So now you start to move across the map with only 8 seconds left in the old time. Miami split spawn with just Rencore holding his life outside of Dojo. Are you kidding? And he's going to slip back, try to block spawns. He eventually gets taken care of right as the new hardpoint opens up. So there was a moment of a convoy line of spawns to happen here for Paris, but for the most part, they're comfortable over towards New.
Yeah, they are going to be comfortable, but not really in the setup that they want to be. A man down because you dropped that player through mid-map with Rencore finding that double. Both those guys spawn in Africa. You weren't fully set up off the rotation, but you still have these back spawns. Now you're just getting overwhelmed with pressure from the front side as Metals pops a double. Not a single player from Miami are hitting a route to try to flip them across the map. They're playing tight from the HP.
And it's working out so far. Trophy systems still in place, but eventually will be depleted. Super watching the first line of contact. Sib falls. Neptune on the corner, trying to slip on into contest, but Trakes beats him. What a good setup this has been for Miami from the front. A little bit of team kills come through, but not a big deal. Trakes is there to finish things off. One more wave to deal with, and here's the route for Metals to shut it down before it can develop. This has been a great game of hardpoint between both these two teams, and we're going into our third set of hills inside single digits.
There's going to be a 10-point difference back over towards the P1. Seems like P2 has been the answer to success here. You can dominate P2. You've been able to turn this game around, and Paris are lighting it up in the kill feed. 3 for none, dominating all the mid-map control. It's on Neptune to not get bad timing here at mid-cut, but he is going to be overwhelmed. Does he read the second gunfight? He does not. Now you have an avenue of approach if you are Miami to set up an angle.
Yep. Metals will find one, Rencore another. Long-range shots for Super, not fully going to be able to confirm onto Envoy, but Rencore is well and healthy inside the hill. Now looking to find Neptune. Shuts that down over towards the front doors. Not able to stop the rest of Paris, who are still trying to approach this hill from the front. Little pinch route. Watch Super, number 3 in orange. He's going to get around the back. He's going to open this all up. Finds himself one. Shots for teammates as Trakes finds the second, and things stay neutrals. Miami will stabilize the spawns on the left side of the map.
Super's only able to hit those routes with the communication that they're hitting. The guy comes off spawn, hard blocking towards the back, just so you can alleviate that pressure through the middle of the map. They were looking to potentially walk away at that final 15, but Paris just flood their way through mid-cut. But Miami got the rotation that they wanted. A couple kills going their way early on, looking for a successful first hold.
So far, so good, but Neptune does slip around the back. Dealt with quickly, though. Metals finds that swift elimination, forcing Paris to have to try to form something from the front. And the kills continue to come through. So now an opportunity potentially for Miami to retake the lead. But Envoy's hitting a route through middle. Nobody is watching for this. And you've got supplying support from the front.
Oh, man.
Drake's off spawn. He can't stop Envoy. He is able to finally get there. Their spawns are still close for Miami, but Paris have broken in. That's big time here for the Gentlemates.
Yeah, I was expecting Envoy with that route to block those back spawns there while his teammates are pressuring towards the front, but to give Miami still a close spawn and to make the most of it. Final 15 seconds. You're going to force the Gentlemates now off the rotation. They're going to have a lot more bodies set up there early on before Miami get into the mix. But Metals is just looking for one-on-one gunfight. One opening to potentially find something on Super on the pinch.
Yep. Here we go. 207 to 200. Envoy trying to hold off from the front side of the hill. Denied quickly. Now Miami trying to contest through middle. Every kill going their way. Ghosty can only find one. Late pinch from Sid. Able to line up the first, but everyone else staying safe as the Hellstorm's called in from Envoy. The rest of Paris are still well outside towards Dojo, and they're getting bullied as Metal steps into the action.
Yeah, hopefully they don't find Envoy sitting at the bookshelf. You walk right past him if you are Metals, but you know that he still has to be in this Dojo area. You lose track of him, but Dylan Envoy almost played the timing. He was aware, head on a swivel, but now Metals is making you pay for it. Puts down shots, leads to 3 there for Miami, and the break should be in, but it's still Neptune not missing shots. Paris hold.
I was about to say, if there was ever a guy you wanted to be the last one standing, it's Neptune. Now Sib, cutting him off through couches, only finds one. Big 1v1 towards Ghosty's direction. Opening shots from Metals are clean. Ghosty, lucky to be alive, gonna call for help. Advantage now to Paris. 235 to 209. Miami trying to hit things through control. They're on the hard point initially. Neptune looking for the route, but no. Shut down. Miami have the numbers.
Yeah, and Renko was playing for that kill at all time just so he could make sure everyone was focused from right in front of them. You're going to now push out towards the back. I thought they were going to go for their tight setup from the front side, but now spawns are getting mixy. You're able to manage it. Rencor wins another one-on-one through the front side. Not all of Miami are here, but here comes Neptune on the pinch.
Yeah, they don't expect Neptune to have that close Dojo spawn, but you have to wait for help from the front. Envoy trying to open things up. Able to find the first. Going to the knife, and he falls off the map. Uh-oh, so now you got to hit this from behind. Paris still in the lead. Neptune finds the opener. Rencor is low, but is able to find a little bit of reprieve outside the rooftops. Now it's on the Trakes, the new guy up. Only able to find one, and the trades will eventually allow us to keep contesting. 239, 230. Paris spawning close. Neither team can win here, so keep your eyes on the minimap towards one.
It's all about this rotation now. Try to contest it. Don't give them any opportunities to just instantly hop that new HP. As now Miami are lighting it up in the kill feed. Spawns get a little bit mixy. Now for Paris. Sib at least finds one, but Miami are on the new time.
But Neptune's going to be already on a route. Metal shuts it down, but he's low. Needs help. There are Paris members all over the map. Able to step away for a small moment. Envoy going to get into the hard point. There's pinches all over the place. It gets to 248. Can you take him out of the hill? Neptune right there to support. And Paris will take away a nail-biting map number 1.
Oh, man. Some of those spawns on that map just made my mind blown. Shout out to Wheeler because they gave... Spawn Source Dragon. Miami this time around didn't play their tight setup. They make it mixy. You force it into the next one, and it's just a hard point spawns all over the place. And it turns out to be Dylan Envoy that gets a spawn over towards Dragon. Wins one gunfight, finesses for his team. And then when you try to make up for it in the numbers, Miami just beat to the punch there in that closing moment. Better team of today.
Yeah, better team, but barely. 10-point gap. And it really was just a battle of who could hold better there. And honestly, I think you could classify the entire map of what you just said right there, Jay. Hardpoint gets a little mixy with the spawns at the end from 4 to 1 again. And whoever wins their gunfights wins the map. That's really what it felt like it came down to. But a heck of a display of hardpoint between their number 1 and number 2 rated teams. Trakes goes 37 and 29, but it's for the loss. So again, it's just, I don't know, man. It came down to a couple of moments. I'm also thinking back to that first P4 where it's like, okay, Miami's there first. Paris gets a small break, 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
In a 10-point game. Those little moments obviously add up.
No, 100%, man. And Miami, with the lead that they had early on, that's why they were fighting for that junk time, not really relying off those rotations towards the end, but just that little chunk of time that Paris kept on gaining. Then you go into the second set where they're finding the kills off the rotation, where they're set up for a majority of the time off the P1, and they make the adjustments this time around at that P2 to basically tie the game. That was the true answer for me. Both teams are going blow for blow at the P2s, even managing all the chaos in the spawns. But at the end of the day, Paris, just like you said, when it came down to the final hill, the spawns get a little bit scattered, turns into one-on-one gunfights, and they clutched up.
Clutch, man. Oh, man, that was fun. I'm here for that. That's a huge tempo setter for the rest of this series. And now we need to take our focus into the search and destroy. And this is where I think you kind of look at Miami like we had previous Heretics teams of like, okay, like what we're seeing in the respawn, I think especially in the hard point in the early season, but they seem a little bit labored to catch up when it comes to the search. Right now, they are the 11th rated team, I believe, in search and destroy, just 3 and 6 in the mode to this point. Has there really been anything that you're looking at, though, in terms of like helping, you know, kind of tell the story of how Miami get a map win in map number 2? Because Paris have been, I think, really solid across the board, generally speaking. Their search and control has taken a bit of a hit, but I would say they're still the superior search team by the numbers right now.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's because of Miami making that one roster change for Real to Trakes. That's a guy who had a completely different play style. They sort of play in like the same pacing, but just the impact that they try to do, the risk that they take in search and destroy is completely different. So Miami are just needing time to figure out how they can be more comfortable. And I feel like playing exposure for the map number 2 when every other map basically hasn't treated you well, let's try to add this to our map pool and see if we can get it to stick. Because on the opposite side for Paris, this is a really good search and destroy for them. And you better watch out for Sib's sniper, and also if you're going to pinch this guy, because he's never caught off guard.
No, not at all. So we'll look back over some of the replay moments here in map number 1. And I'm telling you, this was a really fun display of hardpoint. And I think it's interesting when we deal with two teams that are successful at rotating, successful at holding. Obviously, if you're like, you know, negative Nancy, you're looking to see who breaks better than the other. But when we watch those battles on rotation, I think it's just like the weight of every gunfight really hits you in the head. Because it's like, okay, it might just feel like a 1v1, but when you've got two teams that are so good at getting their setups and not folding, those 1v1s determine the game. And I just love when we put the pressure on small moments like that, because it has major outcomes, and we definitely caught a lot of that here in this map.
Okay, we're going to see a lot of that throughout all of Black Ops 7, man, because the more that you keep on playing, the more reps that you get versus some of the best teams on their best maps, it's only going to improve your game as well.
Yep.
So a 10-point difference to start this one off. And Miami right now are kind of feeling the heat, though, Al, because like I said before the match started, you're sitting at 7, but you need to at least lose this match 2-3 in order for you to make it through that winner's bracket. You can't fall short 3-0. You can't fall short 3-1. So if you lose this search and destroy, you're truly going to be feeling that pressure, because we know Paris have been struggling in overload, but when you consistently are losing, eventually it's got to turn around. So this is a big search and destroy for Miami to not only add it to their map pool, but to keep their winner's bracket chances alive at Major 1.
I hear that. And the bad news about that for Miami fans is that this has been a cakewalk map for Paris on the mode. 6-3 against Thieves, 6-2 against Cloud9 from a couple of weeks ago. And most importantly, they're coming off that really hard-fought series versus Toronto with another couple of really clean search wins, not necessarily on exposure, but only giving up 4 rounds in total. So it's a tall ask here for Miami to jump back in, and they're going to start things off on the defense with Paris just getting to work, trying to get this opening towards the top window. Yeah, a little bit of wall bank spots, top of those turbines. At least confirm some hit markers on the Rencore, and he'll back away for now.
You learn something new every day. Shout out Dan Ghosty. I'm definitely going to be using that in rank play in a couple days when we get back from Major 1. But so far, both teams just having that fill out. Miami spreading map, not really wanting to fall early on to a nade. They try to get aggressive up through mid, but look at how much space Metal takes away at dirt side. So you're basically trapping mates over towards B.
Yeah, you're hoping, if you're Miami, that you get just a little nod towards this Paris hit on B, and then you can free Metals to take that route, and there it is. Super finds the first blood. Metals going to get freed up to go. May not even need him. Shut down at the middle of the map as Neptune is trying to hit a pinch of his own. Smoke will, for the moment, embellish on top of this platform, but this is all about waiting for Metals first, and they may actually get caught here. This is a bold rotation for Paris, but shots from Envoy give it away.
Yeah, that's all it is. Trigger discipline right there from Envoy. Gives up the play call. Now he's left in a 1v4. Does find 1 kill, but instantly going to be traded. Miami with the slow and steady approach there on defense. You allow Paris to walk right into you. Metal starts it off by taking all that space away from Dirt, so you're somewhat getting a read that the play has to be through the middle map or that B site. Everyone backs on up, holds their pre-aim. As soon as Rancor finds his first kill, Trakes finds the second one through bottom middle. So a 4v2. Easy to have a retake over towards that site. Miami starting off great.
Yeah, spun up a web right there, and Paris walked right into it. Really, really perfect stuff there from Miami's opening defensive look, especially considering that, again, not that Rancor was in trouble necessarily, but he gives up that information top window once those nades and those hit markers come in. So, trusting that setup and works out absolutely beautifully. Love it when a playbook comes together like that. So, we'll swap the sides around, see what Miami has to offer for their first attack. We've seen Paris on this map. They like to get a player deep in through mid. They like to play aggressive and try to get one of their SMGs up. A little bit more difficult to do that before trophy systems are earned, but keep an eye out for that as, Super's going to pull up the scope early and try to hold that long cross over towards Dirt.
You're just playing for the information early on, both teams. They just did it to you, so now you're going to do it to them. What's their defensive setup look like? Stuns and nades getting invested to back them down over towards Dirt area. But Paris just keep on backpedaling. Knowing that Miami are just stun checking, playing for information now.
They're playing for the plant onto A, but keep your eye on Super. He's going to be in some trouble here. He gets the first shot, though. A couple of tags come out, but he's holding Paris back. And he's going to get help from Metals off the post plant. And Trakes is pushing up at mid. This is the entire map in control of Miami. Good check, though, from Envoy. That's going to create some space. Metals looking to play possibly for a long clutch route around the back. But you need to get some space from your players in the middle beforehand because you need to check the bomb. So now there's a little bit of urgency for Miami.
Yeah, you know that Super has a sniper. He's most likely sitting towards ring, so you're just trying to locate where Metals is. He wins the one-on-one gunfight. You've been wasting so much time trying to locate Super. And now the bad Call of Duty timing comes back to bite you. Miami clutch up in the post plant. Because where they planted that site and the positioning of Paris, they had to clear out all that space. It's a difficult bomb site to retake because there's so many different angles you have to check before even thinking about that defuse. But then also the players on the side of Miami just value their life to perfection. Super gets lost, comes back into the play. Metals gets one, gets lost, then comes back into the play. Just great finessing plays right there from Miami to go up 2-0.
Yeah, weird moment in that kind of spree where we had Envoy's perspective over the top of the A side. He looked like he was looking right at Metals, and I don't know if he thought it was a teammate or not, but he kind of looks at him and goes, wait, is that actually a Miami member? And then he gets shut down. So, again, Miami just moving the chess pieces in the right spots right now. So 2-0 up. Trophy system's now earned, though, and this is what we're talking about. Envoy very quickly. Going to go ahead and pop the smoke and work on planting, and it's going to force Miami's hand here to see if they can get the quick retake.
Yeah, now it's their turn to see if they can clear out all those spaces in a very quick amount of time. But this time, Neptune is able to strike for the first. Envoy instantly plays for the traded player in number 2, and that's already a 4v1. Trakes, good luck.
Yeah. Got just one for free, but yeah, nowhere after that. And that's just simply down to Miami trying to get a quick reaction on the post plant and running into 3 Paris members down low at Dirt after the post plant comes out. So, nice playbook change. The tempo, good to catch Miami off guard and get Paris to the board for the opener.
And you can just tell, like, both teams are afraid of the opposite sniper because we're not playing to get information from middle, from top window, well, like we usually like to see. But the snipers definitely are showing impact. Super on one end and Sib. Super's the only one able to find kills so far on the map with the boomstick, but just keeping them on their toes, not allowing them to be comfortable. That was the same exact play that Miami just did. It was just a lot quicker with the smoke grenade from Paris.
Yeah.
Retake was great. I mean, post plant was great.
Yeah, a lot quicker. Okay. Super back out scoping over towards Dirt. This time 2 Paris members in the ballpark. It's Sib trying to snipe him. Both scopes will come up a bit wide. Super going to immediately take his attention back over to B, and they're saying, hey, okay, if they're going to scope down towards Sand, we'll have a chance here to get some early aggression at B, and that's exactly what Miami's calling for.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he was able to spot 2 players over towards that Dirt side. Sib, obviously, with the sniper, but one crosses in front of him, so they just wanted to use him as a decoy to open up a lane. And now you have the numbers to fight your way over towards this B side, but Trakes is not able to find that kill, and now you're trapped.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got the scope of Super extra far forward. Gets the midair snipe onto Sib, who was trying to wall bounce, and then the pinch from Envoy also shut down. Man, if you thought the hard point was intriguing, this strategically has been really fun to watch as well. Miami currently finding all the right responses. Neptune looking for something. I think he may have picked up Sib's scope, but not going to get an opportunity to pull the trigger. Miami will go up 3-1.
Hey, Miami are looking great right now in Search or Destroy because they're just reacting to what's given to them. All right, 2 players are pushing out towards Dirt. There's no point in wasting time to try to fight them. Let's go with our man advantage over towards B. At least in the man advantage, you still find yourself in positions knowing that they're not going to be strongly set up here. So a couple stuns and nades backs them out of the positions. You take the head glitches, you find the opening kills. They're just reacting so quick to the information gained. This is looking like a different Miami team right now in Search.
It really is, and it's in a way that makes it look like the playbook is being executed on perfectly to this point. But Paris have shown that they can kind of break that up by playing with some timing. Metal's going to get aggressive this time, scaling deep through mid. You already have an opener for Trakes too, but Neptune wins that gunfight. Super response, cutting off Sib from the cross, but Paris have the opening to play through, and wow, through B. As they're going to try to see if they can stop the Miami defense from rotating in to defend this.
Oh, but you don't check out towards the backside of Jens, and now all of Miami are here to reinforce their way back towards B. It's a 2v1 left up to Ghosty. He has the information. Both are on this side. How does he play it? Hello.
Yep. Give it another go. Third time will not be the charm here, but Ghosty's got some space to work with. He's going to try to keep forcing it, and Super's found himself another weapon to use. No problems there for that elimination, and this has been really good from the Heretics.
Yeah, even after Neptune strikes for the first blood at mid-connector, Super is playing the aggressor with the sniper in hand. That's so you know he's having a really good game because the confidence to be that guy mid-con, to play for that trade, find it, wrap back to your team, knowing that, all right, it's a 3v3. The play's going to be over at B. And we have a player in a position that can catch them off guard. Once you get that information, we get the first kill. Numbers on our side. And we also have the bomb down. No need to do anything else. Miami are running away with this S&D.
How do you respond to this if you're Paris? Do you need to just kind of slow it down and figure out if you can just kind of manipulate Miami from being able to pull off their playbook? No, they're going to try something else a little bit different. A high-low stack on the corner at B Solar. Ghosty just playing for contact info over the middle of the map. And Sib is kind of just floating. They're going to re-pinch up through mid. No one's home, though. So, again, like, Paris find themselves in a very strange spot that Miami are going to be at least somewhat aware they need to keep their eye on this.
Split on both sides. You see how Miami are trying to set this up. Super clear out towards Dirt. Let me spot out towards top window. We could potentially work this A plant, but you get aggressive through mid if you are Paris. As Ghosty finds that first blood onto Super specifically, so no need to be worried about a sniper anymore. Let's go.
Yep. And Sib able to find timing on the metals in the corner. Forces Miami to have to make a bold play, and yeah, they're going to try to hit through around the back. Not going to work out, though. It's all on to Rencore for a 1v4. He's been seen, he's been dealt with. So that works out for Paris this time. Just Miami get caught, try to play a little bit slow through Dirt, not expecting that heavy push up at mid.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just the information that was gained. Because I'm pretty sure Ghosty was able to spot him, cross over towards Dirt, and just switch step the angle. From top window to the bottom middle head glitch. Gets the first blood. No need to worry about a sniper anymore. Then Sib turns the corner there. Dirt finds kill number 2. So even with a fast start on the play call to just take a lot of space away, led to a very slow ending there, but an easy round win for Paris.
Yep. And really, Ghost is only allowed to change up that angle because of the heavy push-up from the SMGs in front of him. So, cause and effect there. Gets Paris their second. Sib still sniping. Oh, and look at this from Miami. Jump up and over and around. That's 2 players into the crates. They do shut down Neptune. I believe they also saw Sib. There are trades, though, and this battle from Dirt is a dangerous one. Sib wants to hunt for the kill, has a player low, and will finish with Ghosty 2v2.
Bomb is going to be down, though, at A. You have that information if you are Miami. Rencore and Metals. Clearing out space now. Covering all their tracks, but Ghosty at least spots both of them and wins the first gunfight 1v2.
Yeah, Rencore changing up the position now, moving back up to mid. Paris are going to work together. And Rencore has found himself in a position to possibly still re-wrap again. And that's what he's going to go for. Bomb will be planted, though. And now trying to retake from the low ground becomes, well, extra dangerous, to put it plainly.
Has no stun and no nade to work with either. So he has to do this with the gunny. A back-to-back setup for Paris and towards P3. Casually checking the bomb. Don't force the one-on-one. Finesse your life.
Uh-oh, Sib bounces out the window. Rancor wasn't even tagged. So now Rancor's predicting top window. Ghosty has an angle, I believe, though, with his post plant from the low ground. And he's going to clear it by just jumping on up. And hold on a second. Rancor's going to find the timing from window. I don't know what Sib's doing right there. Ghosty had already bailed off from the fight. Sib just dives through the window. Rancor gets 2 easy 1v1s.
Yeah, that can't happen. Like, it's as simple as that. You cannot force that gunfight there if you're Sib, because Ghosty gets the information and gets out. The only way you die to Rancor is if he jumps in towards the window and kills you. But when you jump out, don't hit him with a bullet. You're forcing Ghosty to be in a very difficult position, because now he knew where Ghosty was. He knew he had a lot of time to work with and just play for the rewrap through dirt. That's a throwaway round there for Paris. They're going to be beating themselves up after that one, but now Miami at game point.
A critical error. Especially considering that you could still hold that post plant from up top based on where that bomb is planted.
Yeah.
Okay, 5-2. Map point, how big this could be for the Heretics. 4-man hit over to B. Paris, though, again, we've mentioned this. On defense, they do like to take away the middle of the map quickly, and they will do so once again with Ghosty and Neptune. Moving back for the pinch watch, though, is Super. He did have a scope initially, but he's swapped over for an AR.
Man, Miami just taking what's given to them. A bunch of stuns and nades getting invested in the middle of the map. Most likely they're on that side, so let's instantly go over towards B, and Super just plays an angle and is unreadable for the first blood. Now in a man disadvantage, someone has to make up for it. It's going to fall into Sib, working himself by behind enemy lines.
Well, Ghosty was moonwalking on this quick pinch back over towards B. They don't expect that. There's 3 more members for Paris playing over the top of the bomb site. So now Super's got to go quickly. Nade lands, but doesn't confirm the kill. Neptune able to continue to defuse, and he's going to actually hop off it to allow someone else, that's Ghosty, to get credit for it. Huge round from Paris, and that's just simply Super not able to get the read and the timing of the rest of the Paris flank.
Yeah, so even after that first blood from Super, Paris said, okay, that guy's all the way across the map, across the world. We still have a 3v3 around this site, so we just have to time this pinch to perfection. And it was the aggressor in Neptune through mid-cut. Opens up with the first, not 1, but 2 kills. And then Sib from the back lines wins his one-on-one. You know, all 3 players are dead on this side. Super was the last guy, instantly hopped to defuse. So Paris able to stay alive. Forces swing round down 5-3.
It's going to be a 3-man hit down towards A. Envoy right back up into mid. Help here from Neptune playing that close cross. He does have an AR, though. Keep that in mind. He's able to find the shot punch, though, for 1. Trakes with a quick trade, but cannot hold the ground. We'll go 3v3.
Yeah, now how long do you want to wait to potentially get this bomb down at A? Because you know there's pressure going to be on your pinch. And it's all about the timings that Ghosty can get. And Rancor was not able to spot the bomb carrier. So bomb's going to get planted. You have Neptune in the back behind enemy lines. You're able to get out of dodge. Everything resets now, but Envoy's trapped.
Yeah, he needs to stay alive here. He's looking for help. Hard to say which number 5 is the one watching that cross, but Envoy gets the regen. Not able to win the gunfight, though. Numbers for Miami. Neptune up top, able to find the first. Slips away from the trade. Hopping on for the defuse, though, is Rancor. And Super's the one guarding him. Got to hop on to try to stop the defuse from happening, and in that moment, Super finds the kill. No problem for Rancor to hold, and Miami take a really well-formulated search and destroy here, map number 2.
Hey, a much-needed one at that, man, because their S&D has struggled, and now for the first time, you throw exposure into the mix versus one of the top exposure S&D teams that we have, and you make it look pretty easy. You just took what was given to you. Every time somebody gave you some information, you instantly reacted off of it, played your advantages to perfection, and then you also got Rancor, who's just stealing momentum away from Gentlemates when they were starting to have that rally in the comeback. Puts them at game point, gets it around 11, take mid-map away, the aggressors on the pinch, and just didn't give Paris any breathing room because Envoy was trapped over towards P5. He got information that there's 2 players there, and I think it had to be Ghosty who was going from connector. He tries to wrap back, doesn't track the final guy that was unaccounted for, and just gets shot in the back for free at the same time that Envoy gets double-teamed. So great plays from Miami in that search and destroy to close it out and tie the series.
Really good stuff. Honestly, these first two maps, they've been, I would say, like a COD fanatic's dream setup. It has been really good Call of Duty being played. That one was just a game of chess that Miami had the opening edge on. Really fun stuff. 1-1 though, the count here, Jay, and now we start to consider what happens with the Overload. And again, just kind of looking at how these teams had played Overload at the beginning of the year, it looked great for Paris, save just one really bad showing versus FaZe, but things have changed a lot surrounding the mode. You get up early, you park the bus, all of a sudden the map changes completely. So we'll see who can find an early edge. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, map number 3 between Miami and Paris right after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back there, friends, family, COD fans all alike. We've got ourselves a good one. Miami and Paris, 1-1 the count. It's been great COD to this point. And now we jump into the Overload here, Jay. I will say, kind of as the season started, it looked like Paris had a really good handle on it. Yeah. They've been slipping a lot lately. On the other hand, Miami, slow start in mode number 3. starting to come back a little bit. A couple of nice wins in a row, and that brings us to a flip map here.
Yeah, nah, the exposure overload, last time we watched Miami on it, I was falling asleep for about 10 minutes, and then we get to the overtime and Super just 1v3s. So it turned out to be one of the most insane maps with a very slow start. So there definitely is some work to do on side for Miami in this game mode, but the same could be said for Paris. Like you said, 3-game losing streak, and I feel like it's because they don't have the same slaying presence that they do in Hardpoint. Right now, Envoy is 46th out of 50 players in the CDL in this game mode. And we know how impactful he is as a playmaker. So when he's hitting these routes and not winning those key one-on-ones, they are slowing down the progression every single time for Gentlemen. So they just got to turn it up in the slang, in my opinion.
Heard that. Okay. Keep it simple, keep it quick. Let's jump on in and see if both these two teams can continue to give us some high-level Call of Duty, my friends.
Yeah, and that's again, I would fly, but it's all exposure. Yeah,
it's exposure. It was. I'm glad. I don't know if you caught me. I was like vamping a little bit. It's like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure I just wrote down it's exposure. I had to second guess myself. It's all good. Let's get back into it though. 2-2 over the top. Miami just quick off the get-go. Super with the 3-0. Start quick pull and a quick opportunity to set up towards B.
And now we're all Paris are already on the back foot. Stuns and nades are connecting, so it's going to slow down. But look at what it's doing for Miami. It's going to allow someone to develop on a route. You're thinking that because they slowed down, potentially the rotation is going to come in, and you were banking on Meadows to be the opener. But once he loses, now you have the numbers advantage to stand strong on this defense.
Well, Super shooting so far. Meadows nade over the top. Allowing Super to get the regen up. Gun through, and he doesn't miss a bullet. 5-0 start. Ghosty looking for the shutdown, and will find it. Metals, yes, able to confirm the trade, but really forcing the issue here, trying to beat the timing of the pair of spawns, but not able to. Gentlemates putting together a solid defensive hold, and they have a chance to repossess the EMP if they so choose.
Yeah, they're looking to take the map control, though. When I have every single player up and gun ready. Just looking for kills to go their way. You lose one through the middle of the map, but you find one here at the B point, so... Start to force your way right through the front door, but Trake's off the respawn, is able to line up 3. Now he's got 2 lead blockers. This should be a Miami score.
Oh, but Neptune's able to find one. Trying to step away. Pistol works out for Drake, but he's stunned into place. Civ and Ghosty still in position. Envoy over the railing. Yeah, keeps the defense alive and kicking. Metal Super finding eliminations, but it's not enough. Paris will be able to regen and reset. Although, Super, if he can find one here, catch Neptune by surprise, he may be able to grab and go, but the EMP resets and Neptune wins the gunfight.
Now you got to try to find some kills if you are Sib. Because every single one of your teammates is over towards that B point. They're going to be out of positioning. So Miami just looking to stabilize around the map. Everyone camping their corners, looking for their one-on-ones, but now they're losing all the timing fights. Thankfully, they find 2 kills, so neither team is going to grab that EMP now.
Yeah, tough there for Envoy. Will make a different move. Hit the route around the corner. Knife out. He's able to find Trakes. Miami still 2 members in mid. Going to be able to at least make sure the EMP doesn't get pulled. And the shutdown on the Envoy comes through. Neptune on the other front. Make sure that Miami cannot stay deep over towards the pair spawns. We're halfway through this first half. And they're really, outside of Miami's first look towards B, hasn't been a significant effort yet for Paris.
Yeah, neither team willing to give up or do something drastic in the chance department. We're making it all look clean. It's got to be perfection. And right now for Paris, they have the EMP in their possession, but the player in Sib is so far across the map, so they're just stalling out time, looking for some stuns and nades to connect. You find one for the opening kill. Now you're committing towards B because you have the man up.
Yeah, but Trakes, good read from the down low position, able to find one. Should be an easy run through here, and yes, Envoy's able to get back onto the point. So first score comes through for Paris. Exit kills, not convincing for Miami. So hold on a second. You've got Neptune coming off spawn. He's going to try to rush over to the new EMP location. Trakes there to meet him. Not a clean look at the initial set of the gunfight, but the win comes through, and Trakes tries to force something forward, knowing Paris is playing deep, but is unable to do much with it.
Yeah, and the slow and steady approach right there from Paris forced Miami to have a spread set up there. Because you don't want someone to leak out on the opposite side. Potentially the rotation comes in and you get a free score. So they were 2-2 split. Paris able to capitalize off of it for that first tally. Now they're looking for a second one as they're already taking presence over towards B, but Miami should have the reinforcements to stop them.
Yeah, Ghosty was just waiting to make sure he could get back to full health. Nades through mid, over towards B. Not going to land, as Paris will try to hit a long route around the back. Sib does find one to open things up. Envoy says, that looks like fun. Let me see if I can find more, but Super shuts it down. 50 seconds before we get to halftime. Sib still trying to keep the effort alive on the flank. He's low and in some trouble. Metals will find him, and it'll be a very favorable kill feed here for Miami. A chance to collect the EMP if they so choose to with that win from Trakes 4 in a row. And yeah, Metals is going to grab and try to push.
Yeah, you just got to slow down there for your Trakes. Job was already well done. He was able to set up a pinch, find the opening double to shut that down, be the lead blocker, and also find the lead kill. But then you give up your life for free, and you're forcing now the rotation out of your teammates. You do have your ARs set up in the positions to watch the cross. You just got to get past one player, and you do. And there goes Neptune to still play keep away.
And Neptune's going to do better than that. Finds not just one, but all 3 contestants. Team Nade doesn't really make too much of a difference here for Paris. That is a huge defensive stand from Neptune. They're going to get the overtime, will the Gentlemates. Keep your eye on Envoy, trying to play around the back, seeing if they can get a route to going for the EMP quickly. But you got to win a gunfight here for Ghosty, and he will not be able to. So 1-0 goes the half, but a thrilling first half at that.
Yeah, and to talk about the guy before I said it on the map was Envoy, sitting at a 0.8. The guy is almost double positive in the opening round. Finds a lot of success on these routes, winning key one-on-one gunfights, having goal line stops when need be. Getting loose right now.
Yeah.
And they're up 1-0 out because of it.
Really good first half, though. I'll say that much. So, swap the sides around, see if we can get more. So, here we go. I will say Miami did a really nice job at the opening break-off through mid-map. If they could reproduce that and give more looks, you feel like there are chances at finding an opportunity to score are still going to be pretty high.
It just all turns into the lead blocker every single time. How do you decide to play it? How aggressive you decide to play it? You had like 2 or 3 opportunities to add one there. Just lose key gunfights at the wrong time. But into the second half we go. Paris dominate all the mid-map control, but now kills lighten up in favor of Miami. You got dirt. You got over towards P2 side, and you have all of mid-map. Just looking for these last 2 guys before we try to recover the EMP.
Yeah, it took a little bit too long to find Ghosty, though, all things told. Envoy there to keep the trades even. Sib with the chase down, predicts the correct corner, and is able to find the EMP carrier of Rencor. But do they know that Super is still floating around mid? Looks like Ghosty is trying to keep the pinch safe just in case, but is unable to do so. So now it's hard to can Miami win these gunfights around P2, and Metals is sure able to. Should be a chance to grab, but just as he goes to pick up the EMP, it resets to middle, and all of that hard work now leads to a second set of circumstances for Miami to try to consider.
Yeah, and already 2-2 split in the kill feed. Gotta waste more of that game clock before we can execute our next play. Trying to clear out space towards dirt is going to be Rencor, and on the opposite side you got Trakes working on the deep pinch. Rencor is going to fall. Envoy and Neptune combine for a kill through the middle of the map, but Trakes on the pinch is going to be impactful. So all that space that Envoy got ain't going to lead to nothing because nobody can grab the EMP.
Yeah, but Miami still doesn't know where Envoy is. You can see them trying to look for him. And now they know. The trade will come through. Rencor, long pinch, trying to clear out ring and mid-map, but Metals beats him to the punch. And that's going to be enough to find pretty much everybody down. Big gunfight win from Rencor. So the EMP will be collected. All 4 down, but Paris will spawn towards the B point. Still winning gunfights, though, as Rencor. But you got to do more than that. And as Metals tried to go high, he will fall, leaving Trakes in a 1v multiple. And he will drop. So the effort for Miami completely quelled as Paris can reset.
Yeah, they found the opening kill. It's just right behind Rencor. Your second lead blocker was the pistol carrier. Not the preferred weapon for the engagement. Now Envoy potentially looking to add another one on the board for his team off of this Hellstorm. Doesn't connect onto anyone. You're giving all the information and completely out of the play. Let's just run it up, add another one to the tally. This should be a freebie.
But Miami coming quickly off the spawn, able to get 2 members here. And a pinch is developing from Super. He will find the EMP carrier. Can you counter pull this if you're Miami? Lots of space over through P2, and you shut down Neptune on the pinch. So now Paris will have to defend this purely from behind the B point. Super with some high ground. Stuns are landing. Sib, Envoy finding the first couple eliminations, and that's another 4 dead for Paris.
Yeah, you're just trying to bully ball right now. And Paris just keep catching you off guard or finding that opening kill. So your push continuously is just getting shut down. Now you're back on the defensive side where Envoy isn't allowing you to get out your spawn for free. They've already cleared out a lot of space towards A. Envoy has his Zig. Neptune on the backside, but he does lose that fight. Thankfully, McLeod is there. 2-0. There goes Paris.
It was close. Super nearly had the cutoff, but not quite. And now 2-0 up with 1:35 on the clock forces Miami to have to create something quickly. The EMP spawning over towards the tank on the top side of the map. Routes developing. Miami trying to clear out space. Neptune is the only Paris member over and around the EMP, and he loses his gunfight. So now it's just how much can Metals do from this position? Envoy trying for the cutoff, not going to be able to get there, and that's going to be a quick score for Miami, now just down 1.
Now you got to get yourself in a position to play the reset. Everyone's on the opposite
Big
side
win.
of the map. Gunfights need to go your way. Metals is able to find one, but Ghost responds with 2. You know that Metals is on the pinch. You now have just accounted for Rencor, and the EMP carrier is just going to go, and he's going to get it for free. Just all the information gained, knowing what you can get away with, and Paris keep that 2-point lead.
50 seconds on the clock. Miami still finding eliminations up top at mid. Metals doesn't check his right, but is able to find the shots from Ghosty to alert him that, yep, he needs to find that kill. Now playing over towards this back terrace. Looking to try to run the EMP down through dirt. Metals is going to get that back container position, but the problem is they don't re-clear mid. Flank from Neptune works out. They find the EMP carrier with 30 seconds remaining. It's got to be right here, right now for Miami. If they could score and pull, maybe there's a chance, but big advantage for Paris.
Yeah, because all you got to do is just hold the line. They need to score in the next 5 seconds or it's going to be mathematically impossible. And when the team kill going down, you don't have the reinforcements. Also, team kills on the other side, but you're still holding the line if you are Ghosty. Paris, make the adjustments. The playmakers making plays happen. Getting lost, hitting routes, forcing Miami to be uncomfortable off the respawn. And Paris kill the overload losing streak. Get one on the board there.
Wow. That was another good map, though, between both these two teams. And I will say Miami is just looking at a different level right now in terms of how they're playing the 2 and the 3, map 2, map 3. But Paris, like you mentioned, a couple of big individual moments. Talking about goal line stands from Neptune finding 3 when they're on the opposite side from the first half. How key could that have been? And then even just beyond that, just Envoy getting a read that, hey, they're pushing way up into our base. We've got a little bit of a conga line. And yeah, even though my teammates around me are falling, there shouldn't be anyone in front of me. So good awareness there. He finishes 26 and 24, does Envoy, with 2 scores. So great stuff there for Paris to take the edge of the series, now 2-1 up.
Yeah, that's the guy that you needed, man. That's the guy that's always making plays in every single mode. And when he's uncomfortable, when he's not winning his one-on-ones, it's going to be more difficult for everyone off the respawn to get out of their base. But you ice on up. You get the first score with ease. You finesse for the second. And I feel like that's what Miami were lacking in this map, was just that finesse factor. Because they found themselves in a lot of moments where they're lighting up the kill feed, walk away with a jar of these fights. But just the close spawns continuously are coming in for Paris. And instead of someone trying to set up a route to spawn a couple players out or fight a different angle from it, they're just head bashing through the front, getting cut down by stuns, grenades, and guns. So Miami's have a little bit more work to do here on exposure. Paris weren't going to allow a super 1v3 to break them down. And now they're feeling the pressure again, Al, because you can't lose 3-1 or you lose your winner bracket spot. So you need this hard.
That's right. Yep, absolutely the case. So good stuff, though, overall for Miami. Better stuff for Paris. And we did see a lot of those individual moments come through in this highlight reel. So tight affair between both these two teams, man. It kind of keeps on building on the narrative that who is the best team of the game right now. It is really tough to tell. But let's take a look back over the series, because as we've also kind of alluded towards, it's been a really good series. Really good COD being played between both these two squads. And we're going to go to a Scar hardpoint here. And I will say, you know, kind of we've seen the meta not necessarily change up, but we've definitely seen teams preferring to run at least 3 ARs across multiple points on this map. Some teams have really picked up on that and done well with it. Kind of shout out to like your Riyadh Falcons. Other teams maybe a little bit more hesitant towards making that switch up, and it really hasn't provided the results that some teams have been able to find. Where's your headspace at? Because for both these two teams, it really hasn't been like a majorly like favorable map for either of them. Do you have any kind of, you know, thoughts about, you know, advantages to one team or another here?
Well, I think Paris just played it a couple days ago versus Toronto. You lose by like almost 35 points, maybe a little bit more, but it just came down to the very ending of that game. You were great off the rotations, you were great in your holes, but weak on your break opportunities, because some of these hills are just very difficult to break when they are trapping you on one side of the map. So if you are Miami on the opposite side, you can capitalize on this map because you have a lot more reps on it. And the last time you played this, we all remember, it was a crazy Boston Breach comeback where they were down almost 80 points, but they started to win every single gunfight. Streak started to help them off the rotations. But you just can't afford to have that slow start. The same way you came out in map number 1, chaining the P1 to P2 to a little bit of the P3. You got to do that here because a map like Scar can get out of hand quickly.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing in talking about that point in particular, it really does feel like it lives off the battle for rotation.
Yeah.
You know, Miami, like we mentioned, just not very successful in breaking, but have not really had to do that all that often. And a lot of the key reason has been the new guy up for Miami. Trakes has been awesome, and the respawn kind of, again, I like that we have this as a head-to-head from map number 1 because that was what Neptune provided a spark to when he was on Vancouver last year, being able to kind of provide those key gunfight wins to allow some freedom for the rest of his team. That's been pretty consistent across the board here for both these two players. And again, in a 10-point game, like you see at the very bottom of that graphic, those individual wins could be where you find those 10-plus points that your team needs to find an edge in this very tight head-to-head.
Yeah, and that's on Den, too, that these guys are just getting lost with SMGs and making plays happen. So I can only imagine what they're going to be able to do on Scar because then you're expecting it to be 2 ARs. When you switch over to the P2s and the P3s, you're going to have a couple SMGs we whipped out. But Scar, a lot of these hills are dominated by the ARs. So you're going to have to whip out an extra one if you are Meadows or if you are Trakes. Because we've seen Envoy be able to do that throughout his entire career. Just be a flex whenever need be. But the rotations are going to be a key factor. Because if you fall behind on a map like Scar, you give them early Hellstorms. And especially if you're going over towards P3 and when they have the Hellstorm, you're not getting time for quite some time.
Absolutely the case. Well, again, there are implications surrounding what could happen in Major 1. The big note here is Miami would need to win at least 2 maps to secure their position in the upper bracket. Otherwise, there could be a huge switch up in that tiebreaker scenario between the teams at 3 and 4. Most notably, Toronto, the team looking to try to jump up and in to that upper bracket. Meanwhile, for Paris, you finish 5 and 2. Chance for you to really lock in a top seed overall for the major, which who knows how important that will be. I mean, again, you look at the top 8 and what that upper bracket round 1 will be. I mean, G2 coming off a huge win is really setting up that, you know, anyone can beat anyone. The teams that are starting the lower bracket maybe not have had as much success, especially those two in the bottom 2 positions. But all things told, you go from the top seed right now down to 9, and it feels like anyone can beat anyone, and we've seen that over the course of the last couple of weeks.
Oh, and these are potentially the matchups right here before any of these matches have significant finishes yet. So a Falcons G2 matchup, potentially Optic FaZe. It's all going to change depending on how these results go. Because Miami right now are in the driver's seat for their winners bracket spot. But I know if you're Toronto, Koi, wait, Paris are playing what? Scar? Oh, we just beat them on that. So I know you're definitely going to know what we did. I need you guys to hold it down. And that's all that Miami are thinking about, just getting through this hard point. You obviously want to get the W, but the winner's bracket spot at Major 1 is a must because you get 2 lives instead of 1.
That's absolutely right. And again, with how close everyone's been competitively, how big could that extra life be to setting up your season? We'll find out. Here it goes. Scar hard point. The big news for Miami fans, find a way to win this map, get it to 5, you start in the upper bracket. For Toronto fans, you have never been a bigger Paris fan than right now. Trying to get yourself set up to be in a top 8 spot, and the opening for Miami decent, but a decent battle back to be said for Paris as well off their second set of spawns.
Yeah, they've been able to manage Envoy working on that deep pinch. They found a couple of kills go their way, but even with Envoy walking backside white wall, wasn't able to break that hill time early on. But now with the reinforcements back through green, you're forcing Miami to start to think on their toes about this rotation. Long routes being hit from Super, he gets chopped down, and now the map control in favor of Paris. Not what you need if you're Miami.
Yep, Envoy, good kill to finish things off. Get some clearance around 1, and now is going to be the first man forward as P2 is about to open. Long route developing for Trakes. He's playing for spawns right now. And with some kills from the front, he can actually just recut this and just make sure no one for Paris spawns comfortably. It's exactly the case. What a setup, what a break, and what a spot for Trakes to be to really make sure no one for Paris can see this hill.
And he can continue to cut off because the hard block is coming in for Rencore. There's not going to be any reinforcements from Paris working on the pinch route. So you got to take care of Trakes. And as soon as you do that, you walk right into the preem of Rencore, and Miami still have the numbers to hold down this setup. Now you have the pressure. If you are Paris, 3 go down. The break should be good because the AR just started hitting dead from top motel.
20 seconds to fight. Rencore able to find Envoy from the front. The rest of Miami looking like they really want to try to force this forward. Ghosty taking a lot of damage, but it's Civ. Top motel steps. shuts down pretty much the entire Heretics threat, and that's exactly the case. He'll even find the 4th. 4 in a row for Sib. Had a little bit of a slower start to map 1, but you get everyone with ARs. Sib is happy to take gunfights, and he's winning them all right now.
You already have Envoy taking space off the rotation towards New. Does lose that gunfight, and Paris don't really have a player in a position over towards the power spot on Plain Heady. Neptune is here, but he only has 24 HP. The trade comes in, and it's a battle for the map control. And at least for now, Paris got it.
I'm telling you, man, when Sib starts to feel it, he's going to chow. That much we know for sure. Neptune, a small read that Super was playing through mid, but I don't know if he recognizes how far around the back Super has gotten. Kills from the front, decent here, and Sib able to turn over and make sure that at least this player for Miami is contested, but the quick reinforcements for Miami will have them contesting and now soaking up some time from the front of 3.
Yeah, that was beautiful plays from Super. Just time that top green jump up to get 1 kill and get out of dodge and then work your way back through mid-cut while your teammates are hard blocking towards the back end. So all of the gentlemates still spawning in front of you, but you would have loved to get at least a good chunk of time there off of that play. Now you're banking off this rotation. You're going to be outnumbered, but a close spawn come in, so you now have the numbers to try to hold this one down.
Hardpoint opens. Miami will still spawn close. Good set of gunfight wins here for the Heretics as well, but Sib is shooting. 10 and 7, now making a route develop around the backside of fences. Super trying to step in front of its way and is able to find 2. Now off the regen, has medals trying to lock down the spawns, but Neptune's able to provide some sort of a distraction. Shutdown is in though, and Miami continue to spawn close.
Yep. Continue to have those close spawns, continue to find all their kills, but now 2 in favor of Paris. Still, that team kill allows Miami to get those close spawns towards the back. 20 seconds still to fight for. You're surrounded now by the gentlemates, so you're going to be able to walk away with this time, but now potentially the race off the rotation. Miami has to beat them to the punch.
Ooh, and a little dead slide out for Ghosty has him winning 1. But Sib trying to find an exit from the old time is also shut down, so Miami will establish the line of scrimmage here through mid. Super, big win if he can find it onto Envoy, but Ghosty shut down, make sure that Plain Heady stays safe. So for Miami, now it's just about trying to receive this next hit, and Ghosty is able to find the player top window, so an opportunity for Paris to go quickly, and they're still finding kills to get into the hill.
Yeah, now they're trapping him towards the backside of green. Throw your stuns or your nades. Here comes Sib on the pinch. Give me the freebie, and now 2 plays from Miami all the way across the map. Mr. McLeod blocking the spawns, and they instantly flipped them out. Miami forced to break from Plain. Stuns and nades aren't hitting, and Sib is still frying. My word.
I'm telling you, dude, you just say, hey, Sib, it's going to be AR versus AR. He wants it. And he's got the hot hand right now for Paris. Doubling up the score. Are the gentlemates on this old time? 18 seconds to fight. Miami are trying to get there, but it's coming in pieces. And a little pinch set up from Envoy. Shuts down the rest of the play through Plain. Perfect on the scrap time. One little off-spawn moment has Miami getting a little bit of the time, but that's a big win for Paris as we go back to 1.
Yep, because now everything is in your control. Off the reset over towards P1, you know, all of Miami Heretics are spawning towards that green side. So we hold down Delhi, we can instantly hop the hill, but no one blocks over towards blue. So that's going to allow Trace to instantly find a freebie off of the time. Now he just needs to finesse.
The hard point will stay open for now. Everyone looking for this next set of fights. Envoy, Ghosty win theirs. Back over to the hill, they find a 3rd. And now it's 35 seconds. You've got a really solid read on where Miami is spawning, and you can set up maybe to play off these extremities and just play choke point COD, but not to be. Miami find a quick response. They're going to find all 4 down, and now there's still 20 seconds to fight for as Miami can also consider what comes up next to P2.
Yeah, because you have players off the rotation. So if Rancor is going to force them right into you, you're going to be ready if your medals. Finds a double on 3 in a row. Should lead to his teammates getting this trade onto Mr. McLeod as the last player. As Rancor now is streaking of his own. On 5, rotation in favor of Miami. Kill feed lit up for Miami, and this is the way back in the game.
Yeah. At least Ghosty's able to shut down Super from playing that top corner on Motel Steps. But Rancor is soaking up hardpoint time with a trophy to keep him safe. Paris trying to get up top. Shots from all over the map. But the pinch is starting to find some success here for the gentlemates. You got to win these gunfights, and Rancor's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. A perfect 2-2 split for Paris has him on a quick break.
Yeah, Rancor was just looking for a kill, man, because if he got 1 kill, he could potentially earn that Hellstorm, and that could play a big part to the next P3. But the break set up there from Paris on the 2-2 split is good enough to clean house. And now you're forcing all of Miami over towards this green side. You're playing it close on the wall. You're not attacking towards Jen, so you're forcing them to overextend a little bit more. And Paris is just gunning you down to shreds. Now it's a race off the rotation, and they have all the bodies in the right position.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Paris. Cannot win the gunfight at mid, so Miami will be able to at least stretch over to P3. They've got the plane heady first. Neptune in front of them. Paris trying to work their way through mid and around the back of this Miami setup. And at least they've shut down Rencor. The only person who can respond to it now is Super. Drakes from the front, trying to hold off this Paris hit. And he gets overwhelmed. Does not expect that Ghost is on that quick jump up. And that is a perfect little, hey, look at us, we're hitting your flank. Never mind, no, we're not. We're hitting it right through mid. A little show of sleight of hand works out nicely, and Paris can keep scoring.
Yeah, and that's the teamwork on full display. The player top green backs down the guy at plane head glitch. Here comes Sib flying and frying. It's a clean house while we had pressure on the backside at least of this break for a good chunk of time at that. And Miami don't really want to take a risk here because if you get too aggressive and you spawn out that green, the game is already going to be over. So you are forced to fight your way from blue side. Thankfully, you're winning a majority of the fights, but Ghosty and Neptune are tearing you apart. You got to back up.
Yeah, and there's the split spawns that you called, Jay. It's going to be Trakes and Metals all the way out, trying to cut back through mid. These gunfights are massive for Rencor, and he finds himself too. Super able to at least keep one away before being shut down, and Rencor off the reset capitalizes onto a third kill. But look at the midi-map. It's just spawns all over the place. Paris with a chance to contest, but Trakes wins a big 1v1, and now we can work on just blocking out spawns while the rest of his teammates are still trying to stretch across the map.
Yeah, but the rest of his teammates are all dropping like fives, and now Trakes is forced to make a play. He falls, and Metals gets traded. So back spawn secured here for Paris. Cannot win the game here, but you can get pretty damn close. So if you're Miami, you're forced to be the aggressors, forcing yourself to go right through the front door and just cause chaos.
Good read from Ghosty, but can't deal with the player on steps. Envoy seeing if he can wiggle his way in. Able to turn, find himself one, but not quite the second. Miami will extend the map a little while longer. But as you take a look to the minimap, new hard point, top left corner, and it's all Paris there initially. Miami, can they spawn Paris behind them? No, not quite. At least not initially. One player will spawn back in Neptune, but the numbers for Paris are really good around this new hill.
Yeah, Neptune has a Hellstorm in the back pocket just in case it looks a little bit scary. So once I die, I'm going to spawn right next to you guys. No need to rush this play, but now there's pressure on the top side of green with Super winning a one-on-one. Sibyl's also going to fall to the hands of Metal. So the pressure is going to be here for Miami. It's just still the close spawns for Paris.
Yeah, Super going to get caught on reload here. Has no chance of fighting back. Drake's looking to see where do they jump out at. Finds good timing onto Envoy, but around the close corner at Zig, Paris is overwhelmed with just sheer force of numbers. 232, 139. Miami trying to get across the field as fast as humanly possible to clear out the corner. Super at least able to keep Miami in the hill, but do they expect a secondary pinch from Ghosty? No, they do not. And Paris, yeah, they may not get that final tick this time, but they're going to be 1 point away from winning this map at worst.
Yep, and Miami are going to be needing to place a perfect Call of Duty if they want to continue to have a chance at winner's bracket, because it needs to be perfect from this point on. But they have Hellstorms, they have the map control, and Paris should close it out.
150-249. All it takes is a pinky toe on an open zone for Paris to win this map. Miami find 3 straight eliminations, though. Can they get the 4th? Not quite. Ghosty eventually shut down as Neptune's calling in to Hellstorm, but there's really no one close right now. They do find 1 kill from Envoy. No shutdown on the hill itself,
GG.
and that will do it. 2 with the Hellstorm. All you got to do is touch. All you got to do is touch. I was going to say for a moment there, it looked maybe a little bit too easy, and yeah, Redcore not happy about how that map went. Miami will start in the lower bracket. Had their own destiny to control, but Paris was too good right there on Scar.
Yeah, way too good, man. That's not once or twice you win the rotation over towards P3. You need to dominate P3 on this map, or at least contain the map control, not allowing the other team to get you points if you want to win Scar multiple times. But they just dominated in rotations early on. Miami was consistently trying to fight their way back on in. You were down 50 when you get to the P2, and that was your opportunity. And Paris knew that. So instead of 4 committing over towards Motel Greenside, we go for the 2-2 split. We take our sweet time because this break is going to win us this game. Because not only the break counts, but they also shut down Rencor, who would have earned himself a Hellstorm and potentially used that for P3. So Paris just made the proper plays at the right time. And Dylan Envoy had one of them series that Estrio had yesterday, absolute takeover.
Yeah, dude, Envoy was insane this series. And a really good map from Sib, even though he finishes 30 and 31, still puts out a ton of damage. And that's just one of those things that when Sib gets a chance to just take AR gunfight versus AR gunfight, if you've been following his career since way before he was a pro, he is good at Chell, anything and everything. So big steps there for the Paris Gentlemates. They secure themselves at worst the top 2 seed, I believe, with that win, whereas Miami cannot get the second map that they need, even if they were to lose this series, to keep a top 8 position. So they will fall pretty far down. I mean, just in the retrospect of all that tiebreaker at 3 and 4, I don't know, Jay. I mean, this has just been an unbelievable Major 1 qualifier, and that now sets us up for what I believe is a pretty set bracket, but lots of fun there for our first. It is just our first of our 3 matches, though, so we'll head back to the desk to break things down and keep us going on this Sunday.
Win it in 4, and you just secured your number 1 seed. Congratulations to the Paris Gentlemates. Nameless, what was most impressive, the Game 4 victory or what you saw earlier in the series from the Paris boys?
I think, honestly, off the rip, Chris, the rally back on that first map, they were down about 100 points. We get over, second rotation, great P1. The P2 hold, absolutely excellent out of the Gentlemates, able to rally back and win a close one. And then also Envoy's performance. You heard Jay and Shift talking about a little bit. When Envoy's playing like that, they're going to beat everybody in the game. And it's starting to look like he's getting a bit comfortable,
Allie, as we take a look at the highlights, Envoy was all over our leaderboard and our screen. Can he do it again? Can he raise a trophy for another team? As we take a look at some of the best moments, you saw Sib squaring up, Envoy leading the way in terms of KD. How did Ghosty play? How did Neptune play?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's a collective effort from these guys. Neptune, he's obviously going to be playing hyper aggressive. In the overload, I thought that, both of them played well. This is a team, they got an early lead, and you saw it. Miami Heretics, they had the ball a decent amount of times. And, I'm in the green room talking about they're just not setting up any pinches, not doing things that you have to do to try to get an opportunity. But it's easier said than done. I mean, when a team like Gentlemates has a lead in overload and they can play with that lead, not much you can really do. And, that's where the strengths of a team like Gentlemates shine through.
Finishing with streaks against the second best hardpoint team. You're the number 1 team apparently by about 70 points. Congratulations to Paris. You hold the title of number 1 seed going into Dallas. Who wins the scuff play of the game though? I think it's the whole team performance. Let's take a look at it. You talked about the comeback. Here it was in hardpoint. Final 11 seconds for Gentlemates here.
Yeah, so the end of this map, it gets a bit dicey back and forth. In Miami, they have a rotation over here towards P1, but you see Super, he pushes all the way down by the B-bomb site, and then he got medals. He's like, I got to get the hill. I got to get the early time. Ghosty spawns out behind them, and rotation from P4 to 1 is just difficult to track where everybody's going to be at because you can't exactly block without taking yourself entirely out of the play, and that's exactly what happens to Heretics. 2 people push up, get the spawn in behind, and they just get broken. So they had an opportunity, but got squandered in the midst of the chaos.
We see him taking all of the respawns. Paris Gentlemates and your monster top performer. Let's find out who it is. Production. I have a feeling it's this guy. Yeah, the big Dylan. 99. First in the lobby with a 1.03 overall goals in overload. 2. The man does it all, and he leads the game for victory. Welcome to the show in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Envoy, can you hear us? Oh, no interview right now. My bad, Envoy. Let's take a look here at our numbers. We now see our standings. Gentlemates at 5-2, I believe, should jump Falcons when it comes to the map count. We expect to see a 3-way tie as either LA Thieves or Carolina are guaranteed to finish 5-2. Vegas could also finish with a 5-2 record as they take on Vancouver Surge at the end of the night. Nameless, a lot tighter than we thought. For a minute, was a bunch of teams at 3-3. Now we've got a bunch of squads fighting at 5-2 and 4-3.
Yeah, we do. And the most parity we've had in a stage one in quite some time. Like, truly, you can't pick any singular team and be like, they're the favorite to win this event, which is why this event's going to be so spectacular.
Ali, when we come back, it's the best match of the day, right? LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens. We'll find out who finishes with 5 wins after this. All good. Okay.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Yep. Welcome to the final night of competition before we head to Dallas for the first major of the Black Ops 7 season. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless and Rosalie, and we just saw our first matchup in the books. Paris locks up a top 2 seed. We expect that to be a number 1 seed, but for now, that title belongs to the Riyadh Falcons. Nameless, can you walk us through the situation? I know we're guaranteed to see at least a 3-way tie at 5-2 tonight.
Yeah, I mean, and both these teams could get to 5-2, whoever wins. You talk about Carolina, they've been unbelievable, especially in Overload. So a tall task here for the LA Thieves if they want to have a chance to be a top 2 seed.
Allie, Carolina has to be the story because they started off 0-2, and then they let go of the eldest player in the league. Slasher retires, they bring in Exceed, and his impact immediately felt.
Dead.
Nero had an insane series, but it was Lurks who topped the team with a 1.29 against Optic Texas. The rookies making a statement, and you mentioned it with adding in this new guy. Exceed the tempo, the pace. It's at a new level, Nameless.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, we've talked about their search as well, him with the sniper in hand. It's changed so much for them, right? Craze can go back to like his natural role, go make an early impact, be a nuisance, and then you have the sniper overlook. But he's got another sniper to deal with on the other side of things.
Scrap was on fire.
An absolute show yesterday, Chris. I mean, he was popping off. And, you know, he was just, the way he runs a sniper, I love it. He's involved with his teammates. You saw a lot of B pushes, him going with them, just trying to give them, you know, a lookout. apply some pressure, and it works out well for them when he plays like that with the sniper in hand.
And we talked to him about it at the end, and he said, I'm just figuring it out. I'm still trying to find what's my best lane. Who do I want to chow at the starter rounds? He looked extremely confident on Den. We look to see what the LA Thieves choose to square up on when it comes to search and destroy today. And if we look at the numbers, we got to find out who has the edge. They're both looking at 4-2 records. One of them will go to 5-2. The other joins the group at 4-3. 4th and 5th overall on the leaderboard for now. When it comes to hardpoint, it's been a mess for both sides, Allie.
100%. And that's going to be the biggest thing to keep your focus on throughout this series. It's for LA Thieves, especially. They are awful at map ones. They're 1-5. And the good news is when they get later on into the series, they kind of turn it around map 4. But if you're LA Thieves, you don't even want to get to that distance. So they're going to have to figure something out.
Well, the issue with LA Thieves is Blackheart and Colossus problem, right? Like these guys, they haven't wanted to play those maps. Blackheart, they haven't played yet, and they've only played one Colossus, which was the loss to Boston. So if you're a Thieves fan, you're hoping to see that in this series and see some progression there, because if they're not willing to play those maps and they're not good at it, you don't have a chance to come in and win this major.
What are we squaring up on today? Our maps and modes are ready. Let's take a look at our 2 hard points, our 2 search and destroys, and Scar Overload. Blackheart is in the mix. Colossus is in the mix for a game 5. Allie, do we get to a game 5 tonight?
Honestly, I think we do. With the way Carolina's been playing, and LA Thieves have been struggling when it comes to that overload. So I definitely think we might get a game 5.
Exceed is not lost. Is tonight the night that he keeps that streak alive, or does his streak end, Nameless?
I'm going to take Carolina. If you're asking for my prediction, I'm going to predict them to win this. I like the game 3 Scar. Thieves haven't played that yet. On the other side of it, Carolina's 3-0 on it. So they already have an advantage coming in. And then I just told you about the Blackheart and Colossus issue for LA Thieves. We're kicking things off with a Blackheart. So if Carolina can just play like they did in the last couple of matches, they have a great opportunity here, map set-wise, Chris, to cause an upset.
Apologies to the chat if you heard the screaming from upstairs. My daughter just confirmed it is now over 1 foot of snow here in Columbus, Ohio. Shout out to the production team, everyone working from home across the city, bringing you tonight's broadcast. And shout out to Texas, keeping the streets clear enough and the power lines up and running so we can get to tonight's game. I'm told the players are almost ready. We're just locking in the casters, and then this one is good to go. Allie, earlier we had an issue with your microphone. They sorted it out on the back end. What do you want to tell me about the squads facing off? Why do you love the Ravens tonight?
I just love their S&D and their overload. They have one of the strongest attacks in the league right now. They're converting at an 80%, which is like 20% above the league average. And then for hardpoint, it's their weakest mode, but even there, like they're 4-7. They're relying heavily on breaks. Like they just need to clean up their fundamentals a little bit. And for Nero, he's been really consistent, which has been great for this team because that's not something we've seen in the past years out of him. So maybe he's found a home.
And who gets the sniper? Because Nero started with it. Exceed's popped off with it in the highlights.
Oh, Exceed.
Do you
I think
spread it around or just keep it in his hands? Okay.
I think,
You for sure just leave it in Exceed's hand and let him battle with Scrap. But I just want to say, these last 2 series, it's looked like Thieves are starting to settle in to Black Ops 7 a little bit, right? So if they come out here and they stomp Carolina, going to change a lot of narratives, and we could have a new solidified favorite at Major 1.
LA Thieves credited playing together for their win. On the other side, Carolina has won with their swarm. It's time to make our scuff predictions official. Nameless, you were going with?
Yeah, I'm picking upsets today. Weird energy in there. I need to catch up. I'm 0 for 1 right now, but Carolina's gonna get me one here. They're gonna get
Rosalie?
Oh, this is actually so tough. I think I'm going to stick with LA Thieves, though.
I'm riding with Scrap after watching the snipe yesterday. LA Thieves are locked in. His Nameless right with the upset. It's time to find out. Map 1 loading up with Miles and Chance on the mic. It's all yours.
Hey, thank you very much, Chris. Oh, baby, we do have ourselves a very, very exciting game. Very, very exciting to see how this one goes down. But yeah, that's it, mate. I'm ready to party. Chance, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I also feel like Nameless is faded. We're calling it an upset. If Carolina wins, Carolina is the best team in the game, dude. They are undefeated. They're playing on a Scar Overload, not Control. Wow, that's going to get me.
Close.
The team looks spectacular. But, like, legit, are we calling it an upset if they win? They've been dominant. Like, they have the they have the aura. They have the...
Anything to go off of, it's all good, man. I mean, realistically, these are 2 of the top dogs right now.
I'm very, very excited to see who walks away with the dub here. This does, for me, it changes one of the faves going into the majors. And again, I still believe that there are many teams right now that are going into the Dallas major incredibly strong. Which one, though, gets that extra sort of 10, 15% after this matchup? We will know. Very, very exciting into this one, Chunks. And I hope you're staying.
In Carolina, start their black card on track.
Will it keep going that way? Kenny, great moves. Even better moves, thank goodness. There was another Raven there to help out. We nearly saw a fantastic world star to start this one off. But yeah, good P1. Still going great for the Ravens. Not a whole lot of contest here from the Thieves. Unable to make a break here towards Blackheart. Nameless saying that this was an issue for the LA Thieves. What do they know that we don't going into this matchup? Well, so far, great. P2 on its way, and the Ravens are still looking strong.
And P1 on this map, sneakily, as Cray is able to pick up another nice 2 kills in the feed. I think one of the easiest hills in the game to hold if you ever get full control of it, especially with the spawn management coming in from the Royal Ravens. So they're going against a bunch of world champions sitting on across the virtual stage, handling right now. It's the exact hot start you're looking for.
Young Exceed, no more in that life. As he was on technical streaks. Not going to be using the skewer. A nice break here and a bit of a flip there for the LA Thieves. Get themselves some of this time. Sorely needed. Top right hand side of the map is where we're going to next. It's going to be Craze trying to make entry there, and it's just a little toe-to-toe with Kenny. Managed to win that fight. A lane now to work with mid-map. Scrap on the rotations. He's just wandering from one lane to another, trying to identify the next wave of attacks here from the Ravens, but it is going to be Hydra and Abizi in the feed, getting all the work done. So Thieves, great work. This P2 has gone their way.
Yeah, Scrap goes on a 5 spree to break the time, and he has followed that up with fantastic teamwork, sort of dancing around any spot he needs to fill in or pick up from his teammates. And while they're getting shot in the back, he's trying to turn as he's stunned. But this is a solo man on a solo mission. Yeah, LA Thieves gonna have to work for the new break. Carolina have stabilized. They've lost the lead, but you've won the rotation anew.
Yep, this is the way P2 started. Big hold here from the Ravens. A solid break out the Thieves, but not gonna happen just yet. Number 6, Kenny trying to make it through mid. Dealt with by Craze. Lovely shots once again. Left to right. This is how it's going to look on this map indeed. But the double wall jump there is going to pay off. Oh, only for a moment. Exceed eats a stun. That puts his M15 down for a second. Allows Hydra to get forward. A 3-man hit now from the Thieves. Make it a 2-man hit. Last one on point. Big break. Thieves are in.
Yeah, so much better when they're going for the old teamwork shot there for LAT. They had a couple solo pushes to try to break the time. Couldn't do it as an individual, as a unit. Nice and clean. So the break's on point, and that is going to have another lead exchange rolling through. Unless Carolina can break it in the final moments, and actually successful at it. Kenny gives you 2, but it's not enough because Lurks responds with a 2 of his own. And they had enough pressure there to get the final 8. And on the foot race to new time, it's a 2-2 split coming in for the spawns from LAT. So if Carolina are quick, they'll win another rotation.
Oh, they're pretty quick with it. So 1v1 on time. Oh, and Lurks wins it against Scrap. Nice work there with the Dravik. No one there to deal with the next wave. So Ravens, once again, technical, another rotation 1. They are first in, and so far, so good. Thieves, though, the breaks have been great. Abizi, he's got damage to the Nero as well, and he's making a case for it. Kenny on the pinch there. Still, they're getting it done alone here on time. Ravens have managed to survive the first wave of Thieves players. Here come the next.
Yeah, stabilized as well. And you got number 2, Nero, pushed out right side over towards B2. Golden on that front. Craze might fall off the map. So Carolina, no actual ability to fly. A couple players have taken that tumble, but nonetheless, 40-second lead. Rotation's been on point. Teamwork looking good, and the slang may be even better. Mini Thanos right now on a 4 spree, 13 kills for him. And that is what? First set of rotations nearly in, going in towards P5. It's LAT looking for the response. They're fully set up around the new time.
I believe Thanos' son was called Thane, and he was a badass too. Here we go, though. Looking to get streaks as well for Exceed. He should be picking that up just by the hardpoint time. We'll see, though, if that happens. Next hardpoint in the hands of the Ravens once again. But with Craze. Can't clean up the back. Hydra's going to still stay alive. You've still got members there. The Thieves will know they're starting to get picked apart. So, a couple of big kills. Exceed does indeed have the streaks. And he is keeping this spree rolling. That's a 5. What a great chain of hardpoints here for the Ravens. Pushing the lead forward. Big kills once again. As Exceed still rolling. Thieves now in a bit of a pinch towards time. Is it going to pay off? Answer is no. Raven still on top.
Dude, and that is gorgeous work coming out of Thane as well, right? Staying alive around the time, making sure his teammates can get back up in the mix. And I mean, players from LAT, they were just so worried about the back spawns and just never quite had the pressure. Of course, the response is instant. Abizi just soars on through, picks up a big 2 for the break. But I mean, LAT, the opportunities they've had to hold, they've gotten broken down. And for the most part, they've just been fighting an endless uphill battle. And now over towards P1, Carolina are here first. That is another rotation 1 by a team filled with rookies.
These boys are slaying. Looking like vets out there. I mean, who's the technical vet on that squad? Nero. How surreal. Good shots out of Lurks. Slow start to the league he has, but he's starting to win hearts and minds in a big way and exceed. Good God, the Burger King. No regicide to be found here. This man is putting them in a bun, and he is toasting them. Sesame seeds on top, you name it, or the works. It's delicious.
Yeah, and keep in mind for Nero and Exceed, those are SMG players running the AR. Scrap at one point went on a 6 spree at the start of this game, and now everybody's falling off the map. And said, that is 5 claysters on a single map.
5 claysters and a partridge in a pear tree on this map. It's not even Christmas. Nero picking up the flank, looking for that P2. Right timing for it as well. Wow, Ravens, good time to get over towards that left-hand side of the minimap. Once again, they get the rotation early. They're going to have the hold. Can they keep it, though? Good breaks out of the LA Thieves, but as of the last, 3 hard points, they have not looked like the same squad. Craze on a big pinch. Craze with a big bit of damage. Up over the top. The cross-up no good. Abizi stays alive. Pandemonium. Oh, on the inside of the point. And it's Nero with the knife in P2. But after the dust settles, oh my goodness. And CSI get in there. At the end of the day, Thieves have got time.
Yeah, last man standing is Abe, though, and that poor guy does not have a trophy. Gonna get bombarded by the stuns and the nades rolling through, and every one of his teammates got cut off. He still delivers and forces a team kill, and it's barely enough to get Hydra in the time. Abizi, nice little monster moment there. Final 20 seconds, Thieves looking to collect, and maybe now actually have somewhat of an advantage, but it's Abizi again. Needed a hero play, cannot deliver. And LA Thieves, it's a nice break, but not orchestrating enough just yet for the comeback. They're gonna have to break a new hill again.
We've seen the breaks, but once again, Ravens, they have got Blackheart in their hands. They have run it. First kill goes to Abe. Slow and steady on the approach here, and Lurks, a little bit of back and forth. Exceed managed to give a big advantage there to the Ravens. Kenny trying to help out. And once again, slightly disconnected on the attack here by the Ravens. Good trades. Once again, 25 and 14. Exceed still streaked out. Might be seeing those coming to play later. Blackheart, quite a wide open map. So again, Ravens looking to break 200 after the contest. Strong, strong stuff in map 1.
Well, huge win out of Abizi. He's getting us quite a few of those, and that's going to be enough for the break because Kenny's able to soar in as well. So took a long time to make it happen. LAT finally getting in, and they are certainly doing what they can to fight. But we're just been focused on the rotation battle because Carolina, it feels like they've won nearly every single time. I mean, it's just controlling the game. It's the management, or maybe the first time they've made the mistake. They just hit old time for 10 seconds and flip Scrap and Kenny out. So now LAT finally have some degree of an advantage, and of course, that's why Exceed is the Hellstorm in the back pocket.
Well, this could help quite a bit. Not a lot of cover. Here come those Heat Seekers. Looks like they're ineffective as well. Will the missile connect? It does land. No real damage. Thieves survive. Lurk's trying to get down now with his gun alone, waiting for the boys. What a great moment here for the Thieves. You managed to survive the streak. Can you survive the players of the Ravens?
Yeah, capitalizing on their single mistake that they have made, and LAT still have the presence here ready for the trades of Beezy and Hydra in time.
Trying to find it. Here we go. On the entry. Exceed trying to play a little slow, but slow is not going to win here. Oh, maybe it will. Lurks picks up 2. Oh, it's a 3-man break. Last man on point. Can he stay alive? Kenny with a dart. Scrap gets involved as well. And the break is complete. The Ravens are in.
Yeah, and Lurks is here on rotation as well. He gets the 1 kill, and he backs all the way up. Heads up gameplay rolling through. The stun on point, and the kills even better. This is rookies right now taking it to the top dogs. Another rotation 1.
A big rotation 1. They even get the scrap time as well. Mid-map now from Nero, slowing down the flow of players. He is on cruise control, and Craze now gets taken care of by Hydra. Maybe a turning point here, and you better get it going, Thieves. We are in the dying moments of this game, and Exceed has got himself another Hellstorm.
Attaboy Thane. I mean, he has just been running the show, and this is a victory lap. Carolina taking them to task on the black card. Nearly every single rotation won. Maybe a single hill where they make a mistake, hitting scrap time for 10 seconds, but they bounce back immediately, and LAT suffocated. That is a map that is going to feel like a nightmare to them.
Whoa. Oh, baby.
I'm coming along. Yeah, one is back up.
Of the Ravens with damn good reason. They're looking good out there. Blackheart going their way. Struggles still found for the members of the Thieves when it comes to the mode. Hey, plenty of time to get that fixed for next week, right, Charles?
Yeah, it's going to be a massive 2 days of scrims you're going to be able to work with. But looking at the stats for LAT, I mean, just struggling to shoot back. Kenny really not there in the damage front, but Hydra the exact same thing, -10. Scrap also heavily negative. And that is just a situation where if you are playing a break game, it's a nightmare. You're constantly having to try to be a leg up sort of on the trades. And even for that one moment, Miles, like on that final P4, LATs get that set up first. A couple players on Carolina over towards the steps. LAT, like, let the pressure up. They, like, instead of going to attack, knowing they have the closer spawns, play for the trades, you'll refill in quicker. Just a moment of, like, passiveness for the squad. And I think that is just a sense of the overwhelming pressure they had to deal with.
Yeah, it really was pressure. I mean, every single time we jumped on board with somebody there on the Ravens, it was find your kills, push straight out, immediately find the spawns of the Thieves, and deal with them. It's going to be the highlights, and a lot of it is going to be blue, ladies and gentlemen. The Ravens certainly running that one. Exceed with a disgusting KD to finish out 2 sets of Hellstorms, and a brilliant, brilliant bit of work there in the game altogether.
And also one of those types of games that it was close until it wasn't, because even with the hot start from Carolina, Thieves did have a nice break over towards P2. That's when Scrap like goes on the 6-spree. Things are starting to look better, but then you can see Scrap goes from a 6-spree to 7-13. So just moments of, you know, ceasing to exist on or off the map.
Yeah, a lot of, as you said, 5 Claysters. A whole 5 Claysters. Sorry, Jim, you're never going to live that one down. It's a little bit of the legacy that will stay with you. But a great hard point again for the Ravens. Putting the rest of the league to task when it comes to the mode, and Blackheart looking great as well. We said the same thing about the way the Heretics play Blackheart. They make a small map feel tiny, the way they really trap you in. They take away all options. They take away your ability to make any sort of decision, and you have to play on the back foot. Great stuff again there from the Ravens. A solid start to their campaign here. And look at that game flow. It was close until it wasn't. Well, Chance, it was only close for, what, the first 3 hills, and then there was no going back.
Yeah, and just relentless pressure. So there's like the small map that they make feel even smaller sort of theme on Blackheart we've experienced, but I think the difference for Carolina is just pressure. Like, you're always dealing with multiple players. Because, like, you know, moments on Exceed or from Exceed, like on that P5, just a great job of staying alive. Like, your teammates come in for the reinforcements, but they're making those plays across the board. Like, Lurks is making super heads-up plays as well, playing incredible Call of Duty, great tack usage, and just understanding, like, I need this first cutoff kill. Okay, I've succeeded in that. Let me back all the way up to be the guy to block the spawns, wait for my teammates to pick up the other 2 lanes and get going. So, like, it is, like, veteran-style plays coming out of the young guns right now with the team. And, of course, in terms of pace, I mean, it's as fast as you're going to see.
About as quick as it gets here in the league, and it is pretty damn speedy, ladies and gents. Well, we're going to change pace quite a lot now, so we've got Raid, Search and Destroy. Now, Raid, again, a classic here in the Call of Duty world. One of many of our players have been around the block a few times, Chance. The rookies, though. Are the rookies going to have the same number of reps? Not necessarily in the same way, but current form, Ravens look so good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, the structure of the map is still the same, but there's a lot of new toys that they can play with all the wall bounces, all the jumps, especially over towards that beast site, like those steps cuts. You could basically turn it into a jungle gym. So I know they're going to be happy for it, and Carolina can continue to play with confidence because they're going to feel comfortable for that map number 3. Of course, though, dealing with Scrap, not an easy task, but Nero has been literally right there to match them. I mean, pretty much dead even across that board.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice look across our entire season so far in the 2026 run of the Call of Duty League. Both these boys putting in the work, giving us the goods. Well, they give it to us here on Raid. Essential. Bounce back opportunity here for the LA Thieves. We will be going, of course, to Overload after this one. One of the bus will be parked on that one today, but we'll see as we get into this matchup. Map number 2 on its way, Raid, with a fresh coat of paint and a bit of a transplant from LA to Tokyo we go.
Yes, nice and tranquil. slow the pace down just a little bit. The Thieves players maybe enjoy the sunshine, try to take a deep breath because, you know, I think Miro is one of those players I want to have like a long sit-down conversation with and just explore his thoughts on the different teams he's had over the years. Like go back all the way to Boston Breach in like the Vanguard era and trail it through up to this team because this team seems to be the most willing to play at his pace. And of course, Nero's pace is demon time.
And speaking of demon time, Craze, he's in. He's right in. And he's already got his. Despite that effort, though, it is a 3v2, so you're down a man. You lose the lurks early on here if you're the Ravens, but look at the way Craze is playing. That boy, Craze, as Stud would say, is now on the worldwide tour, all the way towards the back lines of the Thieves.
Yeah, and just light speed. They don't even want to deal with him. Kenny and Hydra are going to try to cut through mid, and they've made it towards the bomb, but Exceed has all the intel.
Yeah, he's got all the intel, and he's now got the kills as well. Wow, Thieves wiped off the board in round 1. Ravens playing him like a fiddle.
Yeah, how many round ones have we been? Okay. Craze was in the spawn shooting Scrap in the face 15 seconds into the round. Like, there is no room to breathe. You have that they're dealing with, and they got a bunch of rookies flying at them with no respect and no fear. It is a tough thing to deal with in Call of Duty.
If it bleeds, we can kill it. Whose sandals are those? Who left their sandals? Out by water there on the elbow. We'll deal with that later. We'll deal with Exceed. Now with the snipe, and I tell you what, that was close. Pressure now forward. Oh, Exceed was going for it, but Scrap not having it. Massive advantage here for the Thieves, and it might not be as electrifying as the Ravens round was, but it is as clean as that. They are done, they are over, and it is 1-1 here on Raid.
It's a great punch back. Scrap's going for the wall jumps as Abizi's going out for the lower chow to go towards mid, so obviously Abizi is the king of being aggressive in S&D, so nice little punch back against the Ravens. If Exceed hits that first shot, maybe things go a little bit differently, but flinch is a very powerful thing in this game.
Yeah, really. And again, if you don't hit the first couple, it is going to get ugly real fast. But Exceed just shows a little bit too much, and that kill from Scrap is a game-changing moment. Perfect bounce back. You take one heavy hit, you land one back, you let them know that you're not going to go down without a fight. 3-1 split here on the defense here for the Thieves. 3 towards A, and it's 3 on the attack towards B for the Ravens. So poles apart. But what a way to get it going there for Scrap. A big shot slows down the attack.
That was Scrap versus the world, and he came out on top. Now Crazy, it's all about the timing because he's got a Kenny right next to him. If Exceed gets the intel, that might be the go button. Well, that's exactly what happened. Shots ring out, you hit the go button, you don't, or you do get the kill, but you do get traded out. Teamwork from LAT on point.
Oh man, what a save. Great damage there from Kenny just to allow the guaranteed trade. A-bomb site, plenty of presence on it. It looks like we're going to be pushing this one out. So Nero, yeah, you spotted him out. What a attempt that could have been from Scrap. The low hop, and we are so close to getting this little 2v2 started towards the backline. Hydra's now going to pick up the pinch, and an opportunity here to blow it wide open, and the Phenom doing what he can to cause problems. A lot of respect being shown in this moment, but now from the smoke, Nero nearly hopeless, can't even get away with his life. Thieves string one together.
I'm with you, Miles, on that one. That is a sign of respect. If Hydra knows he's in a 3v1 and he's playing his life, smoking out his own feet, this is a team against Carolina. You cannot afford to make mistakes again.
Yep.
So they are bringing their A game.
Yeah, you know, it happens. And when it hits the fan, oh dear. Well, this is the first snipe from Scrap. A big slide. No way. He catches that player on that left. Yeah, lurks. Unfortunate. That lower right hit, more than enough to get the job done. He doesn't actually get any more information on any of the players, but he does see the smoke. So a heads-up play there from young Scrap. Attack towards the A-bomb site now. And, ooh, a little bit of a snipe off. Scrap and Exceed. Exchanging blows, no kill.
That was a crazy transition. Brain went through a time warp, and, well, Craze takes down the first Blood King. Even on defense, look at Carolina. I mean, a 3-man hit over towards ring. They've got lurks tucked up in a corner, and another situation. If Scrap misses a shot, he's going to get traded, or Exceed will just drop him, and Hydra eviscerated. Stun in his face, and they take him down. Carolina continue to play with aggression. Why spread the map and play for picks when you can run it down, stack a lane, and let the teamwork reign supreme?
It wasn't even just the teamwork. I mean, everyone wins their ones. Everyone gets their individual moment. Nero with a big win there. I mean, Lurks, yeah, he's picking up the pinch on Hydra there in that moment, but Exceed hits a big snipe on a Scrap. He's pre-aiming top art the whole time. You've got Lurks on that top window on the outside of art. He's got all the coverage there from the Pillars players as well. I mean, it's a solid, a very aggressive setup from the Ravens, but they were playing all in, and it paid off.
They're just playing with such a high degree of freedom right now, and a lot of confidence as well. Bringing it together and now mixing up the pace potentially. Have to respect the sniper of Scrap or the sniper of the M15 in Kenny's hand. A quick first blood, and the Ravens have to dig deep and reposition. This time, Nero in the middle of the map.
I don't think anyone's going to account for Nero being this close. Kenny might have seen him shoulders up there. Yeah, he ADS for a second there. He knows it's on. Hydra on the flank takes care of business. And Kenny wins the fight in mid-map as well. So, another great round. The Ravens should take the lead here, and as it Lurks, he went for it. I'm not sure if the last kill was a snipe or not, but confidence either side, sky high for our teams as the Thieves take the lead.
Yeah, beautiful adjustment as well. You get the first blood, and I mean, we saw Hydra doing this yesterday, where once there's an open lane, I mean, he is full sprinting to go on these pinches. So Beezy 4-2, but he's the one anchored up in spawn. It's almost like him and Hydra will be taking turns of who wants to be the maniac SMG flying in your face. Beezy with success towards the middle of the map, and that time Hydra and Kenny having that success over on the bedroom side of the map. Quick rounds rolling through for both of these teams. Even on defense, we've been getting aggressive.
Yeah, it's quick. It's a fast one. Raid will look very different in the next patch, of course. Major 2, we will not be seeing kills like that. So Scrap, enjoy them while you can. You'll get to see them at Major 1 as well, but for now, a great first blood. The guessing game begins. Which way is he taking this rifle? Oh, you missed out on the toes of Lurks. What a sentence that was.
And funnily enough, the B side has been open the entire time.
Hi.
And LAT did not capitalize. In the meantime, Craze flying up the middle of the map, and he's looking for extra. And he's going to get it. A big 2 kills. And, I mean, this is a moment of hesitation for LAT. They had an open bomb site, did not go for it. And now they're on the receiving end of a potential beatdown. Scrap and a Beezy left in a 2v3.
Other side of the map, you do have the bomb over here by A, but again, quick check, make sure everything's all clear. And there is a flock of Ravens, a murder of them on their way forward. And they're rolling this together. Abe, did you see the top of a head maybe? Did you see anything? There's the coverage from Scrap. He's going to get one at the very least. Back on up. Oh, and I love this. Go towards B, lay that bad boy there, and now pull the remaining members of the Ravens over.
That's so heads up, and that has to be just an instant decision. That is beautiful coverage. They might have just bailed themselves out of this round.
Well, the Ravens got here very fast. Beezy up close. They're not going to account for the 2v1 situation right now, but Abe's dancing. Has he got the coverage from Scrap? He does! Massive damage. Not enough for a kill just yet. Nero with a snipe. Bang! Connects on the Scrap, and that will be enough for the defuse. Little bit of magic there from the Ravens in the 3v2. They did not let it get away from them.
Dude, and Nero just gets to chuckle as well. They almost got given the hands. I mean, that, again, for a 2v3 potential, Scrap and Beezy played that nearly perfectly. Fantastic calls, great patience prior to that as well. But Carolina, just too good, man. This team has been unreal. Fun to watch them play, and fun to watch some of the young guns again getting to play with some freedom. A lot of confidence as well. Still, though, just tied up at 3-3. Carolina back on the attack.
I was going to say, what a spicy game of search this is. Oh, mid-map, not a tremendous amount of love, but wide outside ring play there from the Thieves. Now top ring. Oh, and it's an easy start there. Two of them get their kills. Exceed is now pinned over by the B-bomb site. He's taken a nade. He's inside Tiki, and he's very much alone here in this 2v1. Can he play this? Oh, my God.
Hello.
Oh, my goodness.
Excuse me?
Wait. He's still in the water. He's still in the water. He found one. Oh, he couldn't get the second. Kenny, what a turn. My goodness, that could have been horrible. Nero now on a 1v2. Bomb recovered. And an opportunity for something insane to take place here.
Oh, well, Hydra just lets Kenny die. Hydra not even thinking about trying to work with his teammate there. And Kenny maybe a little bit too much trust. And for Nero now, plenty of time to work with. 40 seconds is half the round, and he already has the bomb. The potential's here.
Hydra, he's going to come back in just in time. And he might have it. Wait.
Nice.
sigh of relief as that final red hit marker clicks across Hydra's screen. Thieves take the round.
Yeah, more or less pre-fired the one pump there. That is a clean gunfight rolling through. Always spooky when that player can get it off, but Hydra takes care of business and, well, taking care of a round that was dangerous. A shark in the water.
Oh, man. It is a miracle. I will say that Kenny didn't get lined up there as well. He didn't take a single bullet of damage from the first kill there on a scrap. So a very, very fortunate moment. That could have been unreal. Well, for now, an open B-bomb site. That money window is about to pop. Thieves on site. Here we go.
They're running it. Yeah, maybe a little bit too fast. Nice pick up there from Lurks, but Kenny, there for the trades, and the bomb is down, but you are just surrounded. The swarm of the Carolina players, all three of those players are already on top of that bomb site. I mean, that was the moment they see one, everybody there to get in the mix. No AR players top laundry. Nobody's sort of, sitting on their hands. That is activity coming through. And it's a fun battle because LAT, I mean, S&D has been their standout game mode and obviously still tied up. And this game has been an absolute battle, but I mean, those blue arrows just swarming.
Yeah, once they get going, and they fly in together. Exceed pulls up a little late, and he's like, hey, where is everyone? Ah, they're all dead. Good stuff, team. Wow, well, there we go. Tied up once again, equalized 4-4. Min-map hit right now from the Thieves. A bomb site now for the Ravens, and behind you at the pillars, how's Craze got one out of that? Man advantage for the Thieves is now gone. 2v2. Oh
my God!
Oh my God! He's just dumped on him. The smoke over the top. Abe goes wide. Nero, a single bullet is all he needs. Send it forward. Map point, Ravens.
Brother, deep it though. Nero's found some players willing to play at his pace. Also, I mean, I guess his point blank there with the hipfire, but hipfire and AR like that is out of control. But that is, I mean, 10-4, tippable, and hounding a BZ as well. I mean, godlike plays rolling through.
Nah, this is messed up. Here we go. Look, straight from the hip. Wow, Hydra's just like, I don't know how he pulled that one off. And then, yeah, once you get the advantage on the BZ here, you were never going to let him get away with this one. He had the high ground, Tyler. And he really made it work.
I disagree. I think half the league lets a BZ get away. That gets weird. I think Nero is in a small category of players willing to play that confident.
Uh-oh. No, you don't care. You don't care. None of the Ravens care. They're pushing forward. Your names matter not to us. We want glory of our own. Kenny now in a 1v3 that he stands no chance in. Lurks with the aggression forward, and the Ravens will fly together. Here they come. Right over the top. Kenny pinned down and taken care of. The Thieves eviscerated in the last 2 rounds.
Dude, unbelievable. I mean, I was saying it in jest at the start, but they actually kind of do look like the best team in the game. Like, what are you going to complain about?
They're gross.
Great plays the whole way through. Great rotations. Young players making these like heads up, high IQ, veteran style plays, and then the teamwork. I mean, extraordinaire is rolling through. Granted, we probably go to a round 11 if not for that Nero just sort of bailout moment where he's on top of things. But I mean, him and Craze there as a duo, 20-12 combined, and that's a map for LAT where they get the advantage in the old first blood category. Doesn't matter when the Ravens are flocking like that.
GG's, no flocks given at all there in the last 2 rounds of raid. GG's, lads, that was a fantastic one. Well, I mean, lo and behold, a 2-0 lead in the series, Chance. Ravens, wow, they have put the Thieves to task. We're about to see one hell of a game of Overload. Scar coming up next. I'm a little speechless. How are you doing, mate?
Listen, they're undefeated on Scar Overload. I have no idea why LAT let this go through, but we're going to find out exactly how big of a problem that is. I was going to throw the break. Miles, pressure's on. You get 10. Good luck.
I will throw it a break in a moment, Charles. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play ourselves another game of Overload. After this one, we find out who the best team in the game might be. Is it the Ravens? Let's find out.
Sorry, Travis. I heard the call and wasn't sure of the timing. Oh God!
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Come on, get to game 3, Chance. Very, very interested to see where we go from here. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miles, no relation to Bob, and his name is Chance, not the lovely square on the Monopoly board where you pick up a card for your troubles. How we feeling, chat? How we feeling, Chance? How we feeling, LA Thieves fans?
You'd think we'd like up your rap knowledge as we move into the future there, Miles, but I got to work on that in the background. What LA Thieves need to work on is their overload. They want to square up against Carolina on Scar, and this is a map Carolina are undefeated on. So scary moments here. And I saw Hixie tweeting about it, how Scrap and Exceed, I mean, it's been years of these, like going back to Challengers, with these guys chirping endlessly. And you already know Exceed's probably in the game chat like crazy.
I hope so. I mean, do you remember there was a period of time where we could actually see exactly what was being said? I'm kind of glad we don't have that right now. But Scar Overload map number 3. This would be to complete quite the swift 3-0 over the LA Thieves for the Ravens. Goodness gracious, what a sentence that is in the year of our Lord 2026. Here we go. First ball's up. Let's get it.
Hey, I just want to get my own personal hot take out of the way. As good as Carolina have been, I think Toronto would body bag them, like low-key. Like, Carolina might be the best team in the game, but I think Toronto would be the hard counter. Just getting that
interesting. No, very interesting. Hey, the major one might give you exactly that, mate. Well, we've got the ball in possession now of the Thieves, making our way up that left lane. And they've got pretty far under the coverage of Hydra, trying to find those kills. Forward we fly, but not enough to get the kills. And there's too many Ravens to deal with now. Kenny on the tactical retreat, and simply too many guns to deal with. That play has been snuffed out. And out forward you go, Ravens.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Maybe just rushed it a little bit. LAT got in position, but bit off more than they could chew. Now Abizi, though, taking a bigger chop. He's able to pick up 2 there in the feed. He's made it to top blue, and this is the position he wants to make his home. Good news for Lurks, though. He gets the trade. Problem is, though, Scrap still here. Another big 2.
Yeah, nice. Makes it 3. Great play. Great play. The ball's now making its way forward. There should be a capture on A. Nobody home for the Ravens. Off the backboard. Kenny gets the dive in there, gets the grab, and that is going to be the first score on the board for the Thieves.
And you had Carolina, a few of these moments on the map where they really trust each other to go and make the big play. So Lurks off spawn, over-rotates away from the ball. And, well, when Scrap is killing like this, that's going to be a problem. You got to be a little bit more careful on defense.
Another rally here. Opportunity. A Scrap over the top. And it's 2-0 to the LA Thieves early on here. A quick 3 dead. Make it 4. So with the bottom spawn, that ball is going to be up and at the ready. But you are going to see all members of the Thieves up and at them. And they're going to find a couple of kills now, worrying about the next wave of Ravens players. Option towards the A goal as well right now, as this could get ugly, but nice work there out of Kenny. Takes care of another Scrap in the feed too.
Well, Thieves clearly came to play. First time we've seen them on this map, they're looking fantastic so far. Scrap, I mean, they've been taking turns running worlds. Kenny had the nice start, and both Hydra and Scrap have had their pop-off moments. And, I mean, I remember Hydra, you know, on Outback or Fortress, when he gets behind enemy lines, he could be a nightmare. This time gets dropped, and now it's a foot race. We're on the chase.
Well, you better kill him. If you don't, Kenny's got to go huge against 2 players there. So there was an opportunity for some real shenanigans there from the Ravens. That was an open lane. If they knew what we knew, we could be looking at 2-1 right now. But good job out of the Thieves. Oh, great work out of Hydra. His Hydra senses were tingling. He picked up that man in mid. Ball pick up now for the Thieves. Opportunity to make either goal a possibility. Can Kenny go large? He's getting big damage, but not enough for the kill. Thieves now stacking up towards the top side of the map. Here comes the next attack.
You can hear the trophy putting in some work, but unfortunate that the M15 just wins that gunfight up close. But trades rolling through, and the M15 also wins the gunfights at range. And Abizi, last man standing, just wants to play for kills.
He's got to hold on for a second. He can't make anything happen alone. Now, bear in mind, if the ball resets, it will go down low again. So we'll grab that sooner rather than later. There's the pickup. No, it's gone, actually. I take it back. It has been reset to the bottom side of the map. It looks as where Exceed could make something insane happen. He's trying to play for the kills first. I think Kenny did see in there, so this is a bit of a stalemate for now.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just dumbstruck, dude. Those shots from Abizi were just ridiculous. We always talk about the straightest shooters as like the AR players, but Abizi low-key might be that guy.
Nero caught slipping or sleeping there on the floor. Aggression there towards the spawn of the Thieves. Not going to get anywhere for the Ravens, and they are very much back to square one. Craze, even in that further forward position, the furthest we have seen a Raven make the spawn of the Thieves. Now it's technically Lurks, but is it going to amount to much? We will see. But wait, it's an open goal! Oh my! Scrap has made it forward, mate! Run! The Ravens are behind you! This could be a goal! Scrap has done it! He's just snuck in and stole the 3rd right from the Ravens.
Yep, him and Hydra managed to get behind enemy lines, and Carolina finally getting punished for it. Again, they have a lot of those moments where they sort of like overextend on the map, but traditionally they've made it work. Because even like number 3 on the minimap, they're just trying to get in the spawn and sort of set up these like scored plays, and obviously if you're down in overload, you're gonna have to start taking these bigger risks, but that just leaves the map open. And now LAT gonna play an easier game.
Oh, much easier game. Way easier, but could we see a little bit of a change here and a goal towards A? Scrap saves it. And the next man, I mean, that would have been a nice kill, but you'll take it for now. Lurks alone. Lurks dealt with. Final 17, and why not Thieves? Go on, lads. Make a case for it. You're going for the next goal. Hydra with a big damage. Abe looking to get the trades. Can't get the next one. The ball making its way forward. Can we get a goal? Big finish from Kenny over the top for number 4.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's a play out of Carolina's playbook as well. They're just executing it better. Hydra had at least 2, but multiple lives where he is just, again, trusting his teammates. I'm going to go inside of your spawn, and I'm going to create these open doors. So, red arrows, how often they're shooting people in the back.
You know what another fascinating thing for me here is that the Ravens, it's almost the inverse of Hardpoint where you're counting the 3 deads. They're counting the 3 alives, and they are making moves, knowing full well that they've got a bit of space to work with here on Scar. Great stuff. Taking opportunities when the members of the Ravens are alive and well, trying to go for those goals. Really great work here in this game of Overload. 4-0, forcing halftime with seconds to spare.
I'm just trying to figure out why this is the first time LAT has played this map. They look fantastic. Like, this is going great for them. I mean, again, Carolina undefeated on it, but they've been given the hands.
Well, they're getting absolutely dealt with. You've got to see a very clean overtime finish here for the Ravens if they're going to get the win here. But Abizi, Abizi still alive for a second longer there. Kenny on the big snap fighting forward. Looking for the second man there. No, Scrap's going to take it. So now, fight your way forward, Thieves. They are stacked up here by the APC, by that tank. Not going to let anyone get through. Quick reset. Back to mid. Oh,
Yep,
dude.
and every single kill they get is just extra devastating. That's a clean 4 down in the feed. And do you want to pick up the device or do you want to play for kills? No, we're going to be going for it. Abizi has it in hand, and I mean, he has no support. His teammates across the map, but the more time they waste, the better.
Yep. Talking about parking the bus on Scar. Quite a scary prospect. You might want to find another place that's a little easier to hold than your spawn, but we will see. Another 3 dead. Opportunity here for a 5th goal. Kenny caught unaware. Abizi fighting his way forward now. Swap over to the A side of the map. What a cross it is. Oh my goodness. Hydra's juked him. Oh dear. He's dancing. He's diving. And the spawns for A are great. So you may as well go to B. This is goal number 5. You slippery son of a gun. What a play.
Dude, yeah, and look at that smile on Hydra, too. He knows he just got away with some crazy finesse. His movement's been getting better as well. The POV already starting to look nice and smooth from Hydra. Trying to get into that form. I mean, this is running the show. I mean, just completely taking over. That is score number 6, and this might just be an angry LAT. We're spawn killing now.
Oh yeah, now we're in it. We are in the gills of the Ravens. I know, guys. The Ravens don't have gills. But these ones do now, because Kenny's got right in there. Lurks brings him down finally. Exceed manages to get himself in the wrong part of town, but you're just in that, mate. Not a great place to be. Abizi is still applying pressure. Bottom side spawn now for the device, as we now battle in. Ravens getting a couple. We've still got the next wave of Thieves members to deal with, and Kenny finds number 26.
Yeah, this is an absolute beatdown. Just a victory lap. Try to just win gunfights like that. Yep. So you have all the confidence in the world for map number 4. LAT, dude, I mean, flip the switch, crank up the pressure, start dancing with them, but this is a flowy team right now.
They're having so much fun. So much fun. 6-0. Come on.
They can't kill Kenny.
Kenny, come on. They can't get close. Wait. He slipped through. He slipped through! Surely you stop this one! No way! He hits the slide! Ah! Kenny, what a play for 7! It's a little too much fun. And Scrap, he's lining up for the 8th as well. He wants it. It's a 1v1 in the middle of the map. Go on. Fight for this one. Kenny's going to call in the streaks. That's going to get rid of the players he on spawn. Oh, goodness gracious. Another 3 dead. Rancid display from the Thieves. They are back in this series.
Yeah, and we are very close to the point where LAT, all 4 of them, could set their controllers down and they would still win this game. This has been running. Dude, I checked it for what it's worth. They've banned this map 3 times, or like vetoed it. So it's their most vetoed overload map, and right now I have no idea why.
Not anymore, it's not. Well, we haven't got the 8th yet. I mean, the game is over. The game is over, ladies and gentlemen. Thieves have certainly run it up. The Ravens don't want to become another team to get fully shut out here in an 8-0. There's not that many of them in the league. Oh, dear God. Oh, my word. Somebody pick up that EMP. Just for God's sake, put them out of their misery. Final minute. Trying to get into the history books here with this kind of performance on Hydra. 31-18 for Spree. Scrap in the middle. Looking to get anything done here. Oh my God, these gunfights are rancid.
I mean, you appreciate the teamwork out of Carolina, though. If you're getting fried, at least get fried together, you know?
Oh, goodness. Another one, and it doesn't like we're going to get that 8th score, but it's not out of the realm of possibility yet. Goodness, Thieves. Wow, this is exactly the sign of life you wanted. They are cooking right now. Final moments of this map. And we can successfully say that the towel has been thrown in. The Ravens are down and out here in Overload. Scar not treating them right. Yeah, closed for business. 7-0. What a bounce back from the LA Thieves. Well, we go to another hard point. And I tell you what, friends, that was a map.
Dude, I mean, that's just... I mean, we get to learn now, right? Because 5 rings on the team of LAT, multiple champions and multiple titles, a lot of veteran presence. They're down 0-2 in the series. We already know we can expect from these players the ability to bounce back. Like, watching these guys go on tears, make these highlight reel top plays, we've seen it over and over and over. What we don't know is how Carolina Ravens can handle that type of pressure, because, I mean, this is where the veteran presence actually really makes a difference, is the ability to restabilize after a map like that and refocus into map 4. So we'll see what they can bring to the table. And crazy, yeah, he just had a slow start, and then you're at overload, you're down a couple scores, you just have to run it down, which they tried. They gave it their best effort, but my God, these highlights. It's going to be a lot of Kenny and a lot of Hydra.
Well, those boys were having a very good time. Your Scuff, play of the game. Gosh, I don't know where we start. I may as well give them the whole map. Really impressive first half. The second half, though, was utter domination. These are all the goals. And what a highlight from this game of Overload. 3 dead after 3 dead. See big jumps there from Scrap on the slide. Kenny with the wall bounce there, or the wall jump rather, to get in for the 3rd goal. And again, domination from start to finish here on Overload.
Yeah,
But you are kidding me.
Yeah, fun captures as well. It's not just the bully ball. It's the finesse like this. If you're just showing the right side, nice little swing out towards left. The comms have to be on point towards Kenny or whomever for whatever direction Hydra wants to go. So I think maybe sort of 4 or 5 different styles of play LAT was just able to show off to a very high level.
Yeah, not Kenny with the 360 backslide goal. I mean, that is just... that's what Overload's all about. Well, Jeech. All right, well, we're going to a 4th map. And the guys are going to be feeling fantastic after that one. Damn good reason. But when we get back to reality, Den Hardpoint, Overload might have gone so well for the Thieves. However, Hardpoint, back at it. Blackheart was not great. Ravens ran that one from start to finish. Raid got real ugly real fast. Is this the beginning of the LA Thieves comeback chance? How we see in the Den go?
I mean, if Kenny's going to be shooting like that as an AR player, and Scrap certainly have some fantastic moments as well, I would have to imagine LAT are going to enjoy a much more structured map compared to Blackheart of the map number 1. So maybe enjoying the map picks. And even just to acknowledge an overload performance like that from LAT, I mean, that is a little bit spooky for the rest of the league in a sense that, like, pick and bans are going to be that much more difficult.
Yeah, again, it's that sort of combination of a perfect flow state moment where you got 2 players in their absolute element who are seemingly unkillable. So I don't know, yeah, you start to think about things a little differently. Map 1, this is how it went for Exceed and Nero. Exceed was on 1, 2 Hellstorms to his name, massive damage there, and great hill time. So both of our hot shooters there for the Ravens, they will be soaring on their way into this game of Den. But Chance Den, very, very different hardpoint style of map. Who knows? I mean, 163 was all that the Thieves could muster there. We're going to see how this one goes.
Yeah, and we already talked about the confidence of Carolina and their S&D, willing to make these high aggressive plays. Well, the confidence of LAT as well. They were down in their series yesterday. They lose the map 1 in a very tough fashion against Boston, laughing it off. Immediate bounce back in the map number 2. They lose an overload in dramatic fashion. They had the bus parked on them with 4 minutes left. They lose that map. They laugh it off. I mean, this is a team that maybe has faced more criticism than any other so far this year. I mean, everybody was on them, but, I mean, ultimately, a 4-2 record, looking great so far, and the team clearly feeling good.
Yeah. I wonder what that does for the mental of these boys going in. And again, this is for the other side. Ravens, you've now taken a hefty loss. That 7-0 was a little bit more than just a round loss. That was style points. That was an ego hit. Will they be able to bounce back and they roll straight back into this Den? Business as usual. We will find out. No cookies crumbling in this series. We are going to see if this team is made of the real tough stuff. Still, match point for the Ravens. Here we go.
Yeah, opening break as well, Carolina. You do not want to lose it. If LAT can continue on that momentum, a terrifying sight. 4 men straight through. They're flying at them. Kenny there for 2, couple trades rolling through, and they win the salvo. It is immediately LAT. No time wasted. Back into time.
Couple of big kills as well. You know, kept that hard point very much safe and sound as they isolate the angles at which the Ravens can attack from. They haven't accounted for number 3 though. Craze. He's going the way round, way back. Abizi picks it up. Right time. Perfect timing. Now through the front, the Ravens have got an opportunity. Yet they start to overwhelm the defenses there of the Thieves, and they should be able to at least get some time, if not keep them off of it.
Yeah, nice shots out of Lurks to try to re-stabilize. I think after a beatdown like that in the overload, someone for Carolina gonna have to step up to the plate. And if you try to step up, you got to be worried about Kenny. Collapse those 2 players. And LAT not going to be playing for the spawns, but they certainly have more bodies around the time.
Okay, can they get as much damage as they can towards the back line. Able to get a 1 or nearly the second. Big nades, though. And
Nice.
Nero and Exceed clean the hard point. What a break. Oh, dear goodness. That's your time now. Ravens trying to push this a little further forward. Lurks there with a couple of ring-a-ding-dings into the head of that member of the Thieves. Now on the left flank, Craze. Oh, can't get anything done. Abizi cuts him down. An immediate turn. Can Tyler Farris get 2? He sure can. Next man on point. Abizi has just ripped the Ravens wide open.
Oh, this is disrespectful. Yeah, Scrap is the first player to actually go on a pinch. They just straight up bullied them away from it. 4-man hitting the front, and even with Hydra 0-4, LAT have the lead. Well, now they're teammating each other. So, hey, Carolina, take the gift. You want the final 10. And if you can win that rotation, that'd be even better. It's a bit of a foot race. And I think Carolina know they're going to end up a man down since Exceed is getting that scrap time. You're playing for kills first.
Hey, you take the lead, but at what cost will you win the rotation? Man through middle now. Nero on the attack. Craze on time. You've got 1. Oh, Abizi back at it. Gets traded out. And now it all comes down. There we go. The last man of the Thieves cleaned up. Counter-attack now on. Will the Thieves get the immediate break back? And nearly. Craze, though, holding the line. Brought down again on the immediate trades. Lurks now getting involved. Oh, and they've jumped right over his head. Another swap.
Yeah, that would have been scrap there for all 4. That is, I mean, again, maybe just a skill diff moment. Gives you 1 with the nade as well. That was a key moment as well, because Carolina were able to flip the spawns, technically win that rotation, and get a setup as well. Scrap, though, well, he is just a juggernaut. Breaks it all down and keeps his team on top.
Oof. 12-7, Charles. That's a old school internet joke for you out there. He's the juggernaut. It is the juggernaut. I'm not going to say the next bit. We're going to keep fighting our way towards the next hard point, though. 3 shots there out, and Nero backline traded out by Honest Abe. 12-6 on a 4 spree. New hard point is open and ready for action, but the Ravens, once again, they will be the first team in there, and Lurks lurking. Can he get any more out of this life? Nothing but damage. Craze with a sweet nade will push those players from cover. Oh, Exceed on the flank dealt with, and that is going to be that. Hard point break good for the Thieves.
Yeah, we've lost the thread. I mean, listen, Hydra might be 2-7. Craze is 3-12. And Exceed has been a little bit off as well. I think that last map maybe gave LAT too much confidence to work with. Carolina now trying to reset and go for the team hit, but falling 1 by 1 like dominoes. Lurks and Craze able to show up there in the feed, but with more distant spawns, yeah, they just do not have the pressure.
Man, you nearly got the second man as well. Scrap in a perfect position to get a lot of damage, but no kills. Oh, the immediate transition from Kenny gets 1. Kenny, can he get the next man? Holding it to the Thieves. What a brilliant hard point this has been for them. Big flank taking place through the middle of the map now, but look at that route from Hydra. He's playing for P2 before number 1's even popped.
Yeah, and we've seen, Abizi pick up this exact route prior on the hill number 1, and, well, Exceed's trying to do it. You're juggling there with the timing, and he does make the read. So Carolina start the hill off right, get the first 2 kills. And hey,
good luck.
First set of rotations. LAT had him beat by about 50. A nice 3-piece right there from Lurks, though. And Carolina finally can take a breath, calm your way through this, and restabilize this on P1.
Well, yeah, we are back. We are back. Lurks. Good shots into the next man. Contest. Here on time. Over the top goes Nero. Good coverage from Exceed. That is the break, and that's a good 10-ish seconds before the thing really get into the mix.
Just gonna bully out through the front again. A lot of damage rolling through, but Exceed last man standing. Final 12 seconds, so not a ton of time there by LAT, but they actually win the foot race over towards New. Scrap gets in a lobby first, and great shots. Beezy wins the gunfight on the new time, and just like that, you have cleaned house. You've secured the spawns, and LAT killing the momentum of the Ravens.
They're trying. They're not done yet. Beezy drops a dead nade inside time, destroys his own trophy. Unfortunate moment, but Scrap picks up a nice kill, picks up some damage over to Hydra. Beautiful work on the wall bounce, the rear wall bounce as well. Insane tech just to stay alive for a second longer. Nero with a banging nade. Wow, 3 for the Emperor. A 5 spree and his hard point.
Yeah, and Miles, you saw that from start to finish. The drop nade of Beezy unfortunately kicked off that sequence, but Carolina needed it. Just as you want these final 20 seconds that they're not going to get, you get run over. And the bully ball is crazy. LAT going to go into new time with, what, a 65-second lead. And one set up here first. A great corner there out of Scrap.
I mean, that was a moment of my bad. Don't worry, guys. We'll fix that in 10 seconds' time. They really did. Perfect stun connection there. Hydra now on 9 HP. Will get his. Nearly. Will not get his 4th kill in a row, but his teammates there to pick it up. Hydra down over to Kenny, fills that hole on the right-hand side. Dojo now. The flank taking place on the other side also, so the gate cleared out by Abe. Back to Dojo. Hydra on that flank. You should be able to take care of at least one front here, but the hard point has been cracked open. Here we go, Ravens. You are fighting desperately to get back into this one. We have certainly ruffled the feathers of the Ravens after that game of Overload. Still battling, still on time. Thieves are there.
No, I mean, they're cooking. Scrap made sure, again, him and Exceed do have a bit of a history. Scrap opened up this map and the previous one, making sure his teammates get off to a hot start, and his teammates have delivered. Kenny, that's a minute and 40 now in Hill, a Beezy. I mean, not just this map, looks to be hitting form in its entirety. But LAT happy to trade away these final 10 seconds if they can win that rotation. It's one man to beat in Nero, and actually, they're going to lose a couple of those spawns, so Carolina going to be able to battle through this one on P4. That's not a good start.
Not yet. Hail of gunfire now from Scrap. Just to keep those players out of it. Oh, and buy time for a Beezy to get into the mix. There we go. Gives Craze his 24th death and another 4 down for the Ravens. Goodness gracious. Scrap now trying to pick up these players and making their way forward. No one's getting to the hard point now without a little bit of trouble. And Nero cut down now. He has been slowed massively. There's 35 seconds left of time here. Scrap wins that fight on the other side of the map. Another magnificent hold from the LA Thieves.
Yep, I mean, they're looking good. I don't think there's anything Carolina can really do at this point. Just too clean of a game. Scrap just getting out so much damage and slowing these players down. I mean, this is looking hopeless. And this is also back-to-back maps where Craze has just been given the hands. Gonna be a tough one to bounce back from as a Beezy. I mean, this is what, stage 1, and he already is hitting pretty high level of form.
It took a minute to get the chem right. It took a minute to figure out how to get things going. It took a minute. The Thieves to find some success, but now that they've got it, let's see them hold on to it. To a game 5, we will shortly roll. Absolute dominance on Den. This series, an important one at that. And what a comeback from the Thieves in this series. The dreams of the reverse sweep are still theirs. And fear might be the mind killer, but confidence is absolutely what got the Thieves to this point. That game of Overload, we're going to look back at that one with a real joy. 2-2, game 5 on its way.
And listen, the map number 2, that S&D we saw, it was a battle. It was back and forth. If it wasn't for Nero basically getting that 1v3, could have gone to a round 11. That is a situation, though, where LAT play incredible S&D so far this year. Carolina took the battle to them. Can they play with that level of confidence in a map number 5? And Craze will be the player to watch. Back-to-back maps where he's going about double neg. Certainly feeling the heat as Scrap and Beezy combined for 60. I mean, that is elite work from LAT.
Oh, yeah, elite is the best way to describe it. Wow, fantastic. It was close, and we didn't get too far into the 3rd set before this one was done. Wow. What an unbelievable game of Hardpoint. Well, back-to-back strong maps there for the Thieves. Can they close it out, mate? That's the real question. To Colossus. One more here in the series. First hard point was a banger. This raid S&D very, very strong back and forth until the last 2 rounds. This is going to be a very, very exciting contest between our 2 teams. Are we battling for the top spot here in the league? That's what it feels like. It really feels like that. And the best way to do it with a Game 5. Well, folks, time for a break. When we come back, it's time to party. Thieves, Ravens, Game 5, Colossus. Don't go far.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. Welcome back. It's time for a Game 5, ladies and gentlemen, this series. What has it done to us, Chance? Has it changed us? Has it illuminated us? I don't know. But whatever it's doing, I like it. Ravens, Thieves. What a battle it has been. The first half of the series, very much that sweet, sweet Carolina blue. But then things got real mean and real red from that control. Oh my God, I did it as well. From that overload onwards. We'll fix that in post.
Yeah, this one's my fault. I don't know why I put that in your head. At least we're not calling it a satellite anymore. But what we're going to be talking about is these two players having a fantastic time on the year. Abizi has been getting better and better and better. And in this series, they have been on form. Always got to be looking out for Nero on the pop-off moments. But on Colossus specifically, neither one of these teams has played the map. It has been in a series for Carolina, just a Game 5 they didn't go to. And it's actually the map that most people ban against LAT. So I don't know if that's home cooking or what the fear is, but you can already see LAT on defense, a 4-stack on the top side of the map.
Nothing really beats a nice home-cooked meal, Chance. We're going to see who beats who here. Nero, hi boys, they're all here. Yeah, good comms, 3 on my body. Where are they going though? Hydra's got himself positioned. Crazy's going to get a quick plant down now. The shuffle here from the Ravens is going to be big, but you are rolling together, LA Thieves. You are looking for those kills as a unit. Who will be the unit for the Ravens? Okay. I guess not. Good slammage there from Craze. Not going to let that kill get away from him. Man advantage to the Thieves. 25 on the clock. Oh, wait. Back and forth we go. They haven't accounted for Craze. He can still check the bomb from here. This could go massive. Here he goes. Craze. So sneaky. So dangerous. And that is his round with the old flying shot punch. Craze, what a bounce back.
And yes, it cannot be understated how important that is for Craze. He just got slaughtered the past 2 maps, needed to be there. And you could even see that first gunfight he had in P1, a little bit shaky, a little bit off. Once you get that first one through, though, you are golden. Craze can take a big sigh. Nice, easy relief. He's back in the series.
Yeah, man, he hit him with that sort of like forward hit, meteor smash. You know, the one that Mario has, and you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Round 2. Thieves on the attack here. 3-1, rip towards A. I wonder if Scrappy's got the boomstick out again. He's watching that top mid position. He does not. So out by the open air of Colossus we go.
Yeah, just waiting for any intel. I think all the Carolina players were able to dodge the stuns and nades as well. So you're working the map with basically no information. Scrap on the top side might fall into a trap if he gets too aggressive. And, well, the teammates working towards A, but they haven't made the call to plant just yet, and Scrap just gets amazing timing.
Oh, my God. So good. Nero's like, wait. Slammed. Oh, no. You gotta hold his position though. The Ravens gonna overtake the bomb site. Oh wait, Craze! They overshoot the bomb! And Hydra gets 1! Hydra now dancing, diving, dodging, and is he about to drive the dagger? The classic Hydra smoke. Oh my God! He's still going! There we have it. Finally, Craze tracks him down as slippery man. 2-0 Ravens.
Yep, and shout out Exceed as well, I think. I know Craze is 5-0, so deserves a lot of credit, but while Nero was getting first blooded on the top side of the map, on the bottom, Exceed able to pick up Kenny, and he's commenting that there's guys on the bomb, so all those blue arrows, Craze and Lurk start flying at it. And I know Hydra Houdini able to do a little bit of that disappearing out through the smoke, but they just had the numbers, and they tracked him the whole way. Exceed spots him in the tunnel. He spots him when he slides back out. Might be tough to track, but you got the general vibe. Ravens, 2 solid rounds coming through.
Yeah, Craze went from chokeslam through the Spanish announcers table to now 5-0. Good stuff from him. Exceed here with a boomstick. Big old snipe moment. And Kenny's never going to repeat that. After he saw the glint of the snipe, it's done. Out by the B1 site, we might be thinking about a move here. But again, not a huge amount of motion from either squad.
First gunfight. Look at that spot from
under the bench, maximum level scum. I love it. Oh, coverage from Lurks, but I felt like he had the kill anyway. Lurks is still going. Ain't no way he got that. Kenny, makes it a 1v1. Holy, Kenny makes it one hell of a 1v1. What an insane round.
Dude, fried him as well. That second guy got zippity zapped. Kenny stepping up for the team when they need him most. A 1v3, and how quick of a clutch that was. Exceed ended up chasing a ghost.
Zippity zappity. Sheets got crapadied. I'm not here today.
I'm wearing the sweater, Miles. You can let me handle it. It's all good.
You got this, bro. Oh, this game 5.
Right now, yeah. It's good. We're heating up.
This game 5. Oh, let me tell you. Well, we put the crazy spree of craze to bed. Scrap. Oh, dear. Man, you could have got intel. I think Nero saw him. Stun certainly helps. The classic two-man position on the right-hand side there. Zabizi going to check this corner. He saw him. Backs up. Scrap gets the gun there in time, but it's Craze with the first blood. He doesn't manage to get the kill. He's been stunned and he's been dealt with. Hydra now trying to pick up something. He's picked up nothing. Lurks is there. And now it's a 2v1. Can Kenny strike again?
Well, bomb down. They're going to be watching this like a hawk. He's taking the deep route, though, so Kenny might be able to get the drop on Nero. And wow, talk about those spotty senses. Kenny could have had the angle. They both get inside. They're playing corners.
Definitely see the bomb, though. Oh, good God. Kenny gets the damage link for the wall bangs. He knows they're both there. And it would have been such an amazing kill to get at least one of them, but the Ravens survive. No shenanigans.
And that's either good instincts or good communication from those final two Ravens players, because if Nero stayed outside, I think Kenny did take the perfect route. And even then, Nero needed the reaction time to be able to slide away. But you stop the Kenny Mattis, you got a 3-1 lead and active on the top side of the map. That defensive strat pays off. And fun fact, you actually can jump around like off the map on the backside of that like submarine. It's not easy to do, and you can only do it from the defensive side, I believe. But if you want to throw that tool in the back pocket, you can make something magical happen.
Speaking of magic, no team kills in that situation for the Ravens. What a delightful first blood. Uh-oh, uh-oh. The delight is come to a swift and evil close. But wait, Exceed. Trying to make something happen there. Kenny. Good work there out of the LA Thieves. That was a fast turnaround from them.
Yeah, defensive bang out. Hydra ends up getting the final kill from the spawn, but Hydra was able to get 3 in that round. Maybe caught a player up, I think both around like tunnel or statue area, but that is a full stack. LAT, that's actually been the name of the game for them on defense. Whether it be a quad stack over on the B site and work the pinch through there, but whatever strat they're going with, they are certainly doing things together.
Another round here with a slight advantage, it feels like, for the Ravens, but it could be anyone's search and destroy here. Both our squads putting on one hell of a show for us on this snowy day across most of the United States. Deep defensive line here for the Ravens. Slow on the attack come the Thieves through the outside towards B. First blood.
Wow.
Nero. Unreal kills. And Kenny gets a little bit of damage there, but you have to now lick your wounds and cut your losses over towards the A-bomb site immediately. But is it a back and forth? Are we going to yo-yo this? I don't think they are. They're going to commit towards A. Hydra on that flank is not going to be involved in this fight. We need him for the trades. In we go. Over the top. Hydra sends it. He cuts down 2 somehow. Airborne. Last man, Nero. And he's fighting. And he's down. Great counterattack from the LA Thieves.
Oh my God, yo, Hydra is just fighting extra levels of verticality to it. I mean, Craze just, it's a good spot in theory, but not if someone can be 50 feet in the air, because just straight over the top. So the mini-map looks crazy, and that is a huge round. I mean, what, 2 clutches right now coming through from LAT? It's the only way they've been successful. And poor Exceed is thinking that the 2 players in front of him watching that cross will be able to help. As it turns out, only the shoelaces you could spot on Hydra.
That's crazy, yeah. It's like, don't worry, I'm the guy at the back. I'll throw the nade for you boys. Wait, he's here. Oh, man. 3-3. You're in game 5. What a brilliant game. Thanks for the early intel.
Dude,
Frag's going to find no one.
They're spreading the map, playing for picks. How's this going to pan out for them?
I don't recognize them anymore, man. Who are these guys?
Is this
Hydra?
Ravens?
Push. Well, there we go. Exceed starts things off. Advantages are going to go very far for them while Kenny trades out. Kenny's going to get the regen. Over towards the B-bomb site we now go, but you don't have the bomb, lads. The Ravens, they lose Craze. They lose their objective moment. Oh, can they pull the Thieves back and forth and give themselves an opportunity to recover?
I I mean, they get that first blood. If you just start a trade fight over near the bomb site, Carolina win the round. Instead, they're getting hunted. Scrap is hot on the chase.
And he's getting two here. He's got him. Wow, good stuff. Last man over the top. Big damage. Never going to lose that fight. Thieves take the lead.
Dude, and this is what I'm talking about on that raid. It is every single round Carolina breaking out a confident strat, playing with aggression, playing together. Now they let Kenny clutch a 1v3. They threw away a 3v4 advantage that they had in the previous round, and now starting to feel the heat just a little bit. And it's LAT clearly playing with more confidence. And if you got your main AR that is leading the charge like that, LAT solving the game. Again, we haven't seen him on Colossus, but it is been banned 3 times against them. Say that 3 times fast.
It has been banned 3 times against them. 3 times. What a transition. That flipped me out there, man. Who hit the FDL from one side of the map to the other? Hi, my name is Abizi. I am the first blood guy. Oh, dear. Abe's looking at a possible flank here on the player by top mid. And now the tour begins. Ravens have cleaned out the wrong side of the map. At the very least, they've cleaned it. Oh, spotted out. Exceed's in trouble now.
Yeah, LAT just breaking them. A reverse sweep and gonna have a 5-3 lead, bar some insanity. Nero forced to back down, and I mean 30 seconds at least Exceed and Nero working together, but you're basically having to retake what, Statue or P2, and you have just no time to work with. It feels like.
Yeah, you got to go for this hit and run, but you've run a little too long. Over the top, it's going to be Exceed on Overwatch. Nero hoping to catch these players out quickly, and that's not going to be it. Exceed at least gets one. Backs away, takes some tags, full regen. Not enough time for the defuse. That is that. Match point, LA Thieves. It just feels like they can't lose right now. The confidence is there. Ravens, can you pull it back?
I mean, I'll count about early. It doesn't feel like they can. It looks like they've just been broken by LAT in this situation. I mean, even in that 2v3, not even an attempt to win that round. Not a good try. They didn't even get to like near the bomb until there's only 17 seconds left. They had the early lead on this map. They gave away a 1v3, and since then, it has been lambs to slaughter. LAT around the way from finishing off their split 5-2 towards the top of the league.
One final battle towards A. They're all going in together. And the opening salvo of fire certainly paying off for the LA Thieves. Their fire superiority. And now the flank is set in motion. Hydra can only find one. Over the top comes Scrap. Traded out all over to Abe. He's now found himself behind the members of the Ravens. It's going to be a 1v1. Over the top. Tyler Ferris loses the fight. Oh, the Ravens live to fight another round.
Okay, Exceed, I see you. Good shots, good positioning there. And whoever had the read there on the pinch. I mean, Hydra gets that first one for free, but that second guy was ready for that doorway. Whether that's a good read or good reaction time, Carolina survived that onslaught.
Whoa.
That was a nervy moment, indeed.
Unreal. Oh, man, it was a bullet missed. A single bullet missed. Not the case there for Exceed. Catches a headshot. The double X there rings out. Well, still match point for the LA Thieves. Another attack. This time not as direct. We're not going to be as head-to-head as we were on the A side. But Hydra. A first blood. Takes a little bit of damage as well. And there's going to be a player to his immediate right over the top. Nero now. He's going to stay alive with good coverage. But wait. Another smoke play. A quick reshuffle in this 3v3. Exceed finds another. 2v2. Kenny with the immediate trades.
Scrap is distant. They spotted each other. Scrap, this is 1v2 form. It's yep, and they catch them. We might just be going to a round 11 unless Kenny can call game here.
Kenneth Williams with the bomb plant. Exceed on an absolute tear. There's the quick plant, and he does have full pockets to work with. A concussion and a frag grenade to his name. A little bit of that Kenny magic. 35 to go. Oh, God. They're defusing. Check it. Can't see it. Can't see it. Craze is going to get away with this. Round 11 we go. Oh, gosh, no. We're going the distance, Chance. Every single step of the way this series has delivered. One final round.
Lock it in. Round 11. What's the play call? 8-man hit P1. I don't care. Get everybody involved. No trophies. If you throw a trophy, you're a coward.
That's a decent amount to unpack there. Sorry, bro. One final round. Oh, come on. Here we go. Oh, we're doing it. We're going away. The Ravens, slight disconnect. Thieves, we're all in. All bets are off. Opening kill goes to Craze. Trade is there from Abizi, and it's a back and forth kill feed. Scrap alone! The Ravens! They come out on top in what a bloodbath it was on Colossus. Heads be scratching, but the Ravens come out on top in round 11.
They're the best team in the game. No, listen, what a fun series they just had. They're going to be able to throw up that 5-2 record. They remain perfect in their record after making the roster change. They fought off the onslaught from LAT, working on that reverse sweep, and that is a lightning fast round that just ended it for the round 11. Carolina, still a lot to learn. Like, this is a series they need to go back and make some adjustments for, rewatch the scar, rewatch that Den hardpoint, because clearly things need to be worked on, but ultimately that is Exceed balling out and dancing on him towards the end. 14 kills. Not a record, but not far from it. The new man on the roster has transformed this team.
Your Majesty, Exceed. We were in La La Land for a moment, but that round 11 pulled us right back to reality. Unbelievable. The Carolina Royal Ravens, they haven't looked this good since the start of Black Ops 6, and even before that, it was the London Royal Ravens. God almighty, brother, going to this major there. They've got something going on here. They got something going on here. Desk, take us away. What a game.
Undefeated in the lead, Exceed has come back up from challengers and made a statement. He is the second coming of Neptune, I feel like. The man made a statement last year. Exceed says, it's my turn, buddy. Dropping 14 with 1,600 damage. Rosalie, I want to start with you because we couldn't have asked for a closer game. Going to a round 11 in a game 5.
I mean, just the equalizer and Exceed is really all I can think about. You know, you're giving LA Thieves all these first bloods, and he just trades converts 80% of the time. And then even when they were making that comeback, it was just like, it wasn't like Carolina was getting shaken at any point. They stayed collected, they stayed cooled, and they stayed clutch. Craze, a huge bounce back from him after a horrid map number 3, map number 4 to do what he did in game number 5.
Right. I mean, what a weird series, guys. I mean, we kick things off in Carolina. They're just looking like the best team in the world. All of a sudden, we get to an overload where Carolina have been dominant at, and then it just gets turned on its axis in this map 5. Yeah, and in this map 5, funny enough, Chris, when they started to slow down the Ravens, which is what I was actually rooting for them to do in the game, it became worse for them. They just had to go back to their roots, fly around, play aggressive, and you see the round 11 call. Yeah, the round 11 call. We're just going to bang out statue. Craze gets here, finds this first blood. We got Exceed back P2. I mean, just excellent, just executed to perfection. And this is a Royal Ravens team that is a contender at Major 1.
What a wild way to finish the qualifier here for both of these teams. Both had an opportunity to go 5-2, and it's Carolina who take the opportunity and soar to a top 3 seed after starting 0-2. They have the only player in the league with a perfect record and one of the top performers. He was silent in that final game, but a huge impact along the way. First in the lobby, first when it comes to KD damage, and of course his hardpoint KD second with a 1.32. Nero reaching new levels here in Black Ops 7, Rosalie.
Oh, 100%. And I'd love to see it, you know, because this was a player that we were all calling. We just needed a little bit of consistency from him. We got blips of his ceiling. We got blips of how good and how aggressive he could be. This game clearly fits him incredibly well as this team. I'm really happy for him.
3 teams at 5-2, but it's going to be LA Thieves finishing 4-3. Where are they at in that bubble? It's time to find out. These standings are official as of right now. Thieves are on top of FaZe and Optic. Of course, Optic locked in at the 6th seed. Everyone else could shuffle here, as we could see FaZe forcing a 4-way tie at 5-2.
Could.
For now, it looks like G2 is feeling safe at 3-4, and Carolina is celebrating. Nameless, it's been a shocker of a stage 1 so far.
Yeah, it's been wild. And even looking at the left side, I think in a tie scenario, we'll end up seeing Riyadh also with the top 2 seeds, so potentially first. So Yeah, it's been exciting for sure, and definitely some storylines we did not think would happen.
Shout out to Comp Ops and Easy Mac for doing all of the math. We don't have to do it. We just have to tell you the right answers when we officially get them. For now, we'll be doing that math during the break. When we come back, it is the final fight before we head down to Texas for major number 1. Vancouver Surge looking for their second win with TJ Haley in the lineup, but they've got a ferocious opponent on the other side.
I don't even think I gotta kill that rat, but he's too nice.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
On the way, shift and study, gearing up, but here you're stuck with me, Rosalie and Nameless. Welcome back, everybody, as we get ready for FaZe taking on Vancouver Surge. And FaZe Clan, the heavy favorites coming in. Why? Statistically, they're way better. Let's take a look at some of the numbers from our KD leaderboard, because if you're looking at the top 5, it's never bad to have 2 of your guys in the top 3, right, Ant?
No, it's never bad. And these guys have, they've taken some leaps if you're Abuza, and then Simp right back where, he always is, just taking over games. Early on, they were playing the top teams, and Simp's numbers were through the roof. He still has an argument to be the best in the world. But now that you're getting this contribution from Abuza, hey, these guys can beat anybody at any moment.
Allie, let's talk through the flash from these 2 players. They play different roles, but both can be devastating.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you have Simp, he's going to be your playmaker. That's your front line. He's going to open up those early engagements for you. And then you just have Abuza watching over you. And if your AR is already rocking 1.15, like, you're feeling great, especially with how aggressive Abuza can play. And for Vegas FaZe, I mean, they've only lost 1 S&D and 1 hardpoint out of their last 5. So right now, that's 2 game modes that they have under their belt. Overload, that, I mean, it's not necessarily bad. It's just not as good as the other 2. So for Vegas FaZe, they might look like the most well-rounded team that we have outside of maybe Carolina.
Yeah, I
What
agree.
do
I
you
think
see when you look at this pink squad? What's the identity?
I think the identity is what Ali just said, a well-rounded team. Like, that's why they built this roster, right? You come from the trio where, maybe you face some adversity and things get a little hectic. Well, they went out and they got, 2 guys in 04 and Abuza who were hungry, obviously a little newer to the scene, but, they're willing to work and play around their teammates. And we have seen that. Like, when they started off in the league, I think the first match was the LA Thieves one. They got 3-0'd. Immediate response going forward. Their search, best in the league. Like Ali said, the overload is solid. And then the hardpoint 4-1 in your last 5. Like, this is a FaZe team that can fix problems like that.
It's time to talk about their opponent on the other side. Looking to play spoiler once again is Vancouver's Surge. They can't finish higher than 11th, but 10 points would go towards the morale heading into the major. Abe, Lunars, TJ, and Gwyn, the only W was a reverse sweep over this Boston squad, where they seemed like a brand new team kicking off with the overload. We saw Abe reach all new levels in Search and Destroy alongside TJ. After that, though, it was a short-lived celebration. You got handed an L by Miami and a few more teams. So, Allie, what do you need to see from Vancouver tonight?
I just need to see that they started working together better. I feel like this is kind of a weird younger team, and they have some great pieces. It's just, unfortunately, they are kind of in blow-up watch. I mean, they're 1-5 in record. They're the worst overall in the league. And when you get into the nitty-gritty of the statistics, they're below average in almost every single one. So I guess on the good side of things, they won 2 overloads versus Texas and Boston. We'll see today if they can keep that overload prowess going. But this team definitely needs a little bit more than some luck.
And I'm looking across there. You got 1 hard point, 1 search, and 2 overload wins. You have 4 map wins across your 6 matches. That's not good.
Yeah, definitely not good. I will say, though, Chris, with the new team, they're 2-1 in overload, and they have 2 nice overload wins. One of them up against Optic Texas, right? So they're competent there. Give yourself a little hope going into the series here. But, you know, for Vancouver, you just need some of these guys to take some leaps, right? You took a chance bringing in some young talent. Abe has shown moments. Lunars has shown moments. Just got to put it together consistently. And you know, I do think these guys have a place in the league. Like in that match versus Boston, Brilliance win 3 maps straight, and Lunars and Abe both playing well. We just need to see that again.
Allie, what stops this team from becoming the next Carolina?
It just doesn't seem like they're all on the same page just yet. And for them, they've had this roster now where Carolina, they got to swap out a piece that completely changed their pacing. So unless you're calling for Surge to make a change, they kind of just have to make it work with what they have.
Let's see what they can get done today. Once again, it is a best of 5 before we head to the majors. They're already guaranteed an elimination bracket start. Do they pull off the upset today? Nameless, we start with you for the Scuff Pick'ems.
Nah, this is a tough matchup for Surge, man. I got FaZe winning this one. They're vying for a top seed. They get it done in 3.
FaZe fighting for top seed. Maps matter. Allie, how do you see it playing out?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I mean, you say maps matter. FaZe has the deepest map pool, I think, right now in the league. They could square up on anything. So for Vancouver Surge, I think this is just an unfortunate matchup to close out the stage 1.
I really want to pick TJ today.
No
I
way.
called him last time on his individual dub. He let me down twice since then. I'm going with FaZe. We're going with the save play, trying to keep pace with Rosalie. The fans are also going FaZe, which means it's a Vancouver W, baby. We got shift and study for the spoiler.
Here for that. Well, yeah, I mean, I think Allie really hits the point on the head here. Sorry, Jay, I muted you, but I didn't mute the broadcast.
Yep, there you go.
Don't worry, broadcast for me. I wasn't saying anything crazy. I was gonna say I think Allie's point is really, really strong. I mean, that little chicken nugget of knowledge right there with Vancouver's map pool being very one-dimensional and Vegas is being pretty much wide open for the taking. It just doesn't feel like this is a fair match just on paper.
Yeah, well, yeah, a lot could think that, man, because right now Vancouver, without question, are the worst team that we have in the league. Even after making the roster adjustment, bringing in TJ, it really still hasn't hit the ground running. You get the reverse sweep versus Boston, great, but the last 2 matches haven't even been close. And then you're looking at the maps that we have in this series, Exposure, Colossus, Den. These guys have a total of 1 win out of all those maps. So I don't know. This is going to be tough, man. FaZe, like the Death touched on it, they're fighting for a top seed. You know, you want to be sitting comfortably with a better seed. And you also want to get the win, especially with having a difficult loss versus G2 last week. So I think they want to right the wrongs off that one.
I hear that, yeah, especially just kind of, you know, stop the doubts that were coming through. I mean, to be fair, again, every top team has lost to an unexpected opponent.
Yeah.
But coming out and losing to G2, and then if you were to come out and struggle versus Vancouver, I think it would really raise some panic going into the major, at least in certain regards. I wouldn't, you know, sell the farm or anything like that, but it definitely wouldn't feel comfortable, especially like you mentioned, hey, we're vying for a top spot to kind of match up with the other top teams that are out there, give ourselves a little bit of freedom in that bracket, if there is such a thing in this current standings. But here we go, trying to lock things in. It's FaZe Vegas taking on Vancouver Surge. Exposure hardpoint, let's get it on.
I'm always down for the underdog story, Al. I just need to see Vancouver Surge today be a team instead of 4 players loading into a rank play game. Already off to a great start, as that is going to be the case. Team shots through top window. You take top mid connector. Then you focus the rest over towards low dirt. So 4 day, at least a good time already.
Yeah, and the other point about this Vancouver team that Ant brought up, like the individual pieces have all shown that they can hang at this level, but sometimes it feels like they just get a little bit too loose, like they're trying to do too much. Trust each other, find a way to build a system. That's the one thing that's been missing for the Surge, and so far, to your credit, Jay, that system has worked out very nicely over the top of P1. Rotation now underway towards 2, and I will say for Vancouver, that has to be priority number 1. They are by far the worst rotating team in the league, but this has been pretty solid for them to start.
Yep, and a map like Exposure, you're winning rotation, you're most likely going to win the map. So already off to a good start, like you said, as Surge chain that P1 to this P2. FaZe have the Swans over towards Solar side, but team kills galore, everybody dropping like flies. Thankfully, 0-4 is able to catch one, so you still maintain the Swans, but Surge is still maintaining the hill time.
Yeah, Quinn 6-1, looking for the other. Ooh, almost snaps up top. Forces one player kind of outside the lines, where TJ is able to at least confirm the kill, but Vegas will still be able to break up the hard point. 30 seconds to fight. A couple of seconds now starting to come in favor as FaZe is largely just right all over the middle of the hill. Not really trying to zone out too much at this point, looking for new. That allows Lunars to jump on in. He's up and over, trying to finish off his food, but can't quite do so, and Vegas will hold on.
Yeah, Vegas going to get this final 15 seconds. Only going to be down 15 going over towards P3. But Vancouver aren't willing to give up this side of the map for free. They are still pressuring old while they have players off the rotation. But one player slipped on by, and now you're losing those gunfights at that old time. What is it going to do to the spawns? 2 people out. FaZe have the numbers to get the break here.
Yeah, and Surge just making sure they're not hitting for that mid pinch. Now they can turn their attention to the back doors. Quinn, first contested for the defense of this hill. Only gets 1. Not only mentioning, had Vancouver been one of the worst rotating teams in the league, they're also one of the worst holding teams in the league. So it just continues to, pile against them. Although this route from Abe opens up a little bit of space to now allow the rest of Surge to hit from the front. Sit stunned up, trying to find some sort of safety inside the hill. Won't be able to, and that's enough for Vancouver to get a break.
Yeah, they find the opening kill out of a long route through the backside, and the stuns and nades play a big part to FaZe not being able to hold that down. So Vancouver now looking a little bit more in sync early on into this game. But FaZe are not willing to give this up for free. Still pressuring in the old time. A pinch here from 0-4. Still in control of the spawns as well because the boost is already outside at the next HP. So Vancouver now have to work the OE.
Yeah, great route from 0-4, but he doesn't get TJ down. Abuza now the next one up. Ooh, did not expect that TJ was playing that close onto the barrel. So Draza will have to try to make safe the spawns. Not going to be able to, as TJ's now on 3 in a row. Brilliant moment here for Vancouver, finding success from the front of the hill. They've also got isolation on the remaining FaZe members, but Vegas, quick off the front-sided spawns, are here to contest again.
Yeah, you're still alive if you're Abuza. You were one of the players that originally still spawned towards the backside off of the life that Draza had, and now you and Draza combined the Zaza duo for 3 in the feed, make it all 4. Spawn secured for Vegas. The lead change about to come in for Vegas, and now Vancouver trying to work through side door.
Yeah, have to pretty much flood this. See if they can get some good timing to hit from the front doors while hitting from the side, but not fully working out. Lunars is able to provide 1 elimination and a couple more on the outside, but FaZe are already bumping the hard point and working on rotation. So they will get the scrap time, grow their lead, and also at least find 1 shutdown on the rotation to new.
Yeah, that's a big gunfight already because that one player is going to spawn all the way at that old time, so you know you have the man advantage. You already find kill number 2, and now you got this pinch developing from 0-4. You're going to completely be caught off guard, but thankfully he runs out of bullets, and there's a simp in play. So FaZe technically win the rotation over towards new or find an early break, whatever you want to think, but they are locking this one down.
Yeah, and then Abuza and Draza can just keep their ARs now up over towards mid-map. Allow your SMGs to stay safe inside the hard point. Abuza a little worse for wear after that last gunfight, but able to get the regen and then immediately turn his attention up to Lunars, who was trying to find some elevation change, but denied. So now Vancouver in a problematic spot. 25 seconds on hold. You don't want to let this cam go for free, but they're just not finding the kills they need to get full clearance to at least allow them time on this old time. Draza up and in. No, not quite. And now a moment starts to develop here for Vancouver to try to get us at least back to more relative terms.
Yeah, you take the last 10 seconds, and off that first set of hard points, it was Vancouver who won the rotation to P2 and P3. Gave them a little bit of lead. But at the ending of P3, you lose the final 15 seconds, and then you lose the rotation of P4 and P5. That's why FaZe had the lead that they do, because you haven't been able to successfully find a break. So now going into this second set, your main priority is doing the same exact thing, and with trophy systems, we need a better hold at this P3 let this go around. But FaZe is just continuously trading in the kill feed, 2-2 split, no one on the top for now.
Oh, we need to have that one back if you're Abe. Abuza follows with the kill of his own, but Vancouver can still stay healthy inside the hard point, at least for now. Abuza clearing off the side rails, then goes up top, but Gwyn with the shutdown. Leads to now Vancouver a bit further outside the picture than they'd like. 120 plays 88, and Vancouver's trying to develop some sort of a route here as they've got Lunars from the low ground, but doesn't have an angle, and as he jumps up to try to contest the hill, he will fall, and FaZe will have the numbers.
Yeah, they have the numbers, can walk away with this last 10 seconds. They already know that Vancouver are going to be early off the rotation anew. And now with that spawn coming in for Draza, everyone else head on a swivel. Turn over to the opposite side. Wait for me to be the initiator. And that's the same thing that Abe is calling on the opposite end. He finds two. Vancouver win the rotation, and Vancouver had the better side of the map as well.
Yeah. So they'll get this to within 30 points, maybe even better than that, as FaZe are trying to develop something largely through mid.
Big read.
Trying to sniff out a win from the front, not able to. And that will be a clean kill feed for FaZe. All 4 of the Vancouver Surge members will drop, and FaZe can start working on these spawns to manipulate them in and out.
That was a massive read right there out of Abuza to find that initial kill, because he was the guy trying to break you down off of a dirty pinch. And then you send in Sim to find in 3, and now spawns flip on its head. Vegas have an opportunity to blow the game wide open. Still a good chunk of time here. 20 seconds and fighting. All of Vancouver trying to attack from the front. Stens and nades are connecting to get them out the time for now. But the big picture, FaZe have the money hill with trophy systems. You got to get a break early.
Yeah, good shell there onto Abuza, who is lucky to find the first. Simp feeling the pressure, trying to Semtex out the corner and predict some jump downs, but doesn't even need to. 04 is working with it. And finally, the last gunfight will develop inside the hill. Open up the control room to FaZe's name. Spawns are still in for the time being, but Lunars is working on that while the rest of the Surge try to hit from the front.
Gotta play it patient. Look for an initial kill, and you don't even trade Simp at 23 HP. Now you have to be a lot quicker on the flank, and Lunas doesn't check the right spots. Clean first hold there from FaZe. Now spawns are still being split. 2 from the front, 2 from the back. Simp, your job alongside 04 is just don't let us pitch us from top window. The AR's got the back door.
Yep, and they absolutely do. Plus you get TJ on rotation. So Vancouver were fighting, but now it's turning into a runaway, kind of as you predicted, Jay. I mean, look at the setup behind this hill with 13 seconds. 04, Simp, both making sure nobody hits early routes. Vancouver will get some really clean clearance, though, on the outside of that last bit of time. So they have an opportunity to get across the map, but they need to win these gunfights. Maybe easier said than done.
Yeah, it's all about these key fights off the rotation, and they do not win a single one. The only one that finds one is TJ at the old time. But now FaZe have the spawns. They have the bodies to reinforce. You just don't have the body to trade A currently, as he's still making something out of nothing, but eventually gets overwhelmed and FaZe are in.
Yeah, we're just not hitting routes to stop these spawns around the back either. So as much as Abe's moment is decent for a 1v multiple, and he gets 2, those members for FaZe just spawn right back up and are immediately back into the hard point. So the route's just a little bit too one-dimensional. Vancouver now in desperation mode. 20 seconds till the fight, and we're all running in through the front door because we have to. And FaZe are very prepared for that, as there is a smoke embellishing most of that front. Small mistake there, but it shouldn't really determine the outcome of this game by any stretch of the imagination.
Let me find out. Vancouver says, screw this. I need to get a break on the hard point. I'm throwing the smoke. Down 60 now. And we got rotation. We might have just made the play, baby. Just got to maintain top mid. And so far, lighting up the kill feed is going to be Mr. Halley, but Draza, all it takes is 1 kill. You get him off the time. Now you're holding the cross. Teammates able to reinforce.
Yeah, and then Abuza just able to assist on that play. Draza shutting down Gwyn through mid-map. Just not winning gunfights, Jay. That's pretty much what you could say about that. Whew. 04 running and gunning, making sure Vancouver can not get a look down from this mid-ground position. But a couple of kills do come through, so Vancouver could contest. But Simp has an AR, and he will use that to great effect. Last player down low in Lunars will drop. FaZe could still win here, but the lead is just feeling very insurmountable.
Yeah, they can just run it up, close out the game here. Last push for Vancouver is going to be through the front. You have some players developing on routes trying to take some top mid control, but these routes might be too damn long. FaZe only need 3 seconds.
Yeah, and they're going to get it pretty cleanly. So yeah, really the story of the map right there. Vancouver fighting, but too many key moments where it just FaZe are playing good macro hardpoint, where they're controlling spawns, giving themselves an advantage even when things get mixy from the front. Vancouver, essentially near the end, they're kind of forced to have to play aggressively to get to whatever time they can, but it just was not enough to flip around the status of, spawns and then leading to hardpoint success. Too much success overall for FaZe.
Yeah, it's just crazy how fast that game turned because Vancouver came out the gate swinging. P1 to P2, you were up by 30 to 40 points with the rotation over towards P3, and you were the team initially to start with that time. It's just when you allow FaZe to break it when they do, which is in the final 20 seconds, now you're trapped in towards the back. You lose the rotation to P4 and P5, and you struggle at setting up breaks as a team. You just allowed FaZe, when you came out basically dominating the first 3 hard points, to have a 50-point lead at the end of the 5th one. That's just unacceptable. And then when you go into the second set, you got trophies, you got rotation, you got everybody starting to hit on all cylinders, and just an easy closing of a game there for Vegas. And Vancouver just stood no chance.
No, man. I mean, look at the hardpoint time. You can kind of see it there in the scoreboard. Almost everybody for FaZe over a minute. Only a single member for Vancouver able to stay in for largely more than 30 seconds. So the game flow kind of as representative as the conversation, pretty close, and then it starts to just get a little out of hand there at the end. I think especially that second set where it's just FaZe is doing all the dirty work. Route man getting paid to be sure. So good stuff overall for FaZe, kind of keeping on their overall strength so far. I mean, their hardpoint has really taken a turn. I mean, their average margin of victory has often been pretty high. It just comes down to not making big mistakes at the end of games, and obviously here there is no such thing of doing that. So, good stuff.
Yeah, and it's just such a big difference from FaZe before the break to FaZe now after the break, because before the break, we didn't know what these guys are good at besides search and destroy. But ever since the break, that's now 5 out of the last 6 hard points they've been dominant in. And the scary thing is, now that they're the best search and destroy team in the game, you got 4 modes potentially locked up in a series. So FaZe are looking in prime form, like they want to be before they go to Major 1. Now stepping into this map number 2 on Colossus, it's a good search and destroy map for them. On the opposite side for Vancouver, we're the worst S&E team that we have in the game. Haven't even played this map yet, so FaZe should have another field day.
Yeah, it is tough to look at Vancouver statistics and, like you say, coming ranked 12th in search and destroy, and out of the 7 total maps they've played, 5 of them have been on Den. They've only won a single one of them.
Yeah.
So not great news. Again, just talking kind of to Ali's point about the map fluency and your ability to kind of vary up a series, from series to series, because you had already kind of mentioned it. We were going to see it here again. Den is still in the picture. It's map 5 if we end up getting there, which at the moment doesn't feel super likely. But, hey, it has to start here, and you need to show us something if you're Vancouver, like you mentioned, on a map that we have not seen them play yet. It's just tall. It's a tall ask because we just have not seen much out of them in the search and destroy. I mean, across the board, it's like a red carpet of finishing in the bottom 2 essentially of every statistic in search and destroy, which is just not great news. And it just, I think for me, to my point, like I don't want to just be here and be like a negative Nancy about Vancouver. It's just like all the individual pieces are there, but they're just not building a system with one another yet. It just feels too individual.
Yeah, and they're currently last in first bloods and last in conversion rates, even if they find the first blood. So, nothing is going right for Vancouver. And like you said, I don't want to sound like we're completely destroying the underdog. It's just you haven't really shown us anything yet. I keep on thinking of this roster, and I'm just like 4 people spawning into rank play. The system is broken. And when you're going up against these other teams who have put in the time, it's not like they're not practicing. They're putting in time. They just haven't put in, I guess, the right time to find success. It's tough in the hard points, and now it's going to potentially continue here in the search and destroy. But on a new map, you can always catch them off guard with some strategies. And I feel like this is one of those maps for Vancouver that they should be really good at. It's a small, intense map. You got players who play with the fast pacing and can be in the mix at all times. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, agreed. And it is surprising to even use that word system because, you obviously look at what Gwyn and TJ were able to do together. They've been solid, in terms of playing off of one another, in terms of what that duo has looked like. I think even just beyond that though, talk about just the story of Abe, coming out of challengers, but then getting an opportunity to jump in at the end of Black Ops 6, put yourself on that Toronto team, and they finished 3rd. And that Toronto team is a system-based team. So again, it just feels like they need to find a way to get together and know exactly what they want to do as a group of 4. We'll see if they can find a way to get a spark here on Colossus. Opening offense on the way. And eyes towards A, with Abe potentially looking to actually force the issue here. That'll work for the opener. Now, do you draw the line of the sand here? No, you're looking for more, and you nearly get it, but the trades are decent for FaZe. Little shoulder has Sip aware of what's coming next, and at least Luders is able to win that gunfight.
Yeah, that was such a deadly shoulder there out of Sim. Luna's still able to walk away with the fight, and now it's a 1v2, all left up to Abuza. You spotted him on the back of their base, so you know he's going to be hitting a rotation, but the more time you waste, the more you're going to lose track of him. And now 35 seconds and counting, we got to get this bomb down.
And Abuza has found an angle to clear out part of A. Second guessing himself as he looks back over to B, nothing there. And he will stay a little while longer before eventually trying to reapproach the A site. Gwyn will have the free plant, and we'll go into the 2v1 post plant.
Is he going to put himself in a position to spot the exit? Or are you going to ego child if you are Gwyn? Because you saw him in mid-tunnel, and just to jump up on the top statue doesn't give Abuza an angle there. And an opening round on the attacking side for Vancouver, which has been a struggle for them in Search and Destroy, is fantastic to see. Good stuff there for Vancouver.
Yeah. Concentrated focus. Stay alive from the nades that are coming in. And initially, again, I got a little bit worried because everyone's pushing up to that P2 box. And you think, oh, you got your first blood. Don't overstay your welcome here. But the gunfights do go their way. So, good numbers advantage. Good opener. See if we can get a back-to-back with the defense coming up.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit different if Abuza had a different weapon of choice on the round, but just not being able to trade Simp. Force him to play a little bit safer. And now Vancouver are keeping up the pace. You take away statue. Stuns and nades are connecting onto 0-4. But you spot them on statue, you hit that guy with a nade. Let's now send it. He's weak.
Oh, what a shoulder from 0-4. But TJ gets one, steps away, and has help from Abe. Nice little two-man play right there. The stun comes over. That should be an easy trade, and it is. Okay, so Vancouver showing us a little bit of aggression on that defense, getting TJ up, and works out with the help that's around him.
See, this is why you play this map instead of Den, because Den, those gunfights don't happen as frequent or instant trades situations like the way that Colossus does. It's just the size of it allows you to always basically be near a teammate once these fights are going down. So even with the early information gained there from FaZe that they were aggressive towards statue, nades connect, it's a 2v1 setup. You get the guy on a cross, all right, you get that first blood. Now I'm the one that was weak, jumps up for the second kill. It's just you're always in a play on a map like Colossus. So Vancouver might have just found their S&D map going to Major 1.
Well, we're going to get a bit of a, heavy-hitted shot towards B here. Abuza not able to hit the first couple of the shots, but you know what he can do with this weapon. Always a threat,
there
and that's why. Third time's the charm. TJ will drop as first blood goes the way of FaZe.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, it's always the easy shots that are difficult to hit, and the ones that are more difficult are the easy shots. So first blood for Abuza. Now forces Search to slow down their aggression. And with that stun connecting, you know they've already wrapped back towards A. It's just how aggressive do FaZe want to be here.
Yeah, for sure. And looks like they want to be very aggressive. Get a challenge on top of the bomb, but Abe's able to find first blood. This gunfight is going very well for Vancouver. Is that a little too over-aggressive for FaZe? Abuza's going to step over. Smoke is blocking his view for now, but he's going to get a chance at this. But, yeah, these shots are tough, and he will be put down by Gwyn. So, yeah, FaZe offer them the 3v3 over statue, and Vancouver's prepared for it.
I mean, sometimes you're just playing with a little disrespectful. Like right there, FaZe said, all right, I spotted this guy. We have the gunny in us to go for those chows, but the smoke grenade helps Vancouver in that situation. Not able to spot them at all, even after the first blood from Abuza. Vancouver are just matching the aggression with aggression. Evening up the numbers in the fights. Turn that situation in a man down into a 3v3. Because we're going to have to take a look at that again because FaZe, I thought that they were going to slow it down, but even in the man advantage, too much confidence, get caught.
Well, here we go. Opening nades over the top of A. Vancouver is not here. Instead, they've got Abe and TJ over the middle tunnel. Simp getting a small read on that. And now here come the defensive nades. They do not land. No follow-up immediately. Abe just continuing to throw these little jump peaks back and forth. It looks like Vancouver will just kind of invest their defense behind the play here at A.
Yeah, now they're instantly off that smoke grenade. Going to work this objective. So 4v4 post plant setup. TJ looks for the first blood and finds it, but Sim instantly responds with 2. Man advantage is to FaZe, and you get a hit marker. 1v3.
Yeah, that's tough. Gwyn takes a shot, hits the foot. And that will be enough for FaZe to get their first round. Really solid read as well for FaZe right there, just for what it's worth. Like, yeah, you've got the set nades for both sides over the top, but knowing that you've got 2 members at mid and they've both thrown their utility, okay, that's enough for you to hit the smoke, hit the plant. Really good call, just kind of reading the utility right there from FaZe.
We got to take a look at it again. Simp lines up 3 on the round. The hit marker only knocks him down to 23 HP. You get that kill, it's a 2v2, and that round can completely change. But Mr. Lair adds that one to the board there for FaZe. Now trying to chain it to a second round with the aggression over towards Statue. Again, they find first blood.
Oh, a couple of tags there from Simp. That'll get the defense very far forward and surrounding where the bomb had been dropped at. Simp right back over through mid. Yeah, that'll work out. Abe able to find at least a trade, but now he's stuck with nowhere to go. And that will be an easy follow-up. FaZe very quickly right back in this map.
Yeah, trophy systems in play. Allow FaZe to get aggressive up through Statue. You find the first blood, you instantly find the second, force the rotation, and just basically trap them on their side of the map. So FaZe usually are that kind of team, you know, to give you the early cover of the round, show me what you got, and then make those mid-round adjustments. And they're coming in now, back-to-back rounds for FaZe.
Yep. And it hasn't been anything crazy either. That's the biggest part about all of this. It's just been winning an opening first blood and maybe paying a little bit more respect to Vancouver on the other side. Just not over-challenging things and just playing smart COD. Here we go. Little feel out for 04. And then once again, instantly hits a smoke deep over towards P2. Commits for the plant, and Vancouver can do absolutely nothing about this. The counter nades, though, are really well timed. 04 will drop on the exit, but it's a 3v4 with the bomb now planted for FaZe as they find a counter kill.
And Simp just ripped Gwyn with a sub across the map with an AR. And now Draza finds a kill. You got to be aware of Simp still working on the pinch, and now Simp finds a second, but it's a 1v1. TJV Simp.
Oh, trying to get the stun out. Going high. No, Simp just beat him on the cross. A decent effort, I think, especially considering how that first kill had gone down, but yeah, it's just FaZe have their recipe, right? Like, okay, we get a feel out, we get our nades, either we're getting tags off the defense that's playing close, or there's no one home. Hit her out, drop a smoke, drop the bomb. Good counter nades for Vancouver, but you're right. I mean, we didn't see it, but Simp just won a long-range gunfight versus Gwyn with an SMG, and that's how that round comes to an end, for the most part.
Yeah, that's 2 attacking rounds where Simp is able to pop 3 on a round to secure it. First one we don't see versus Gwyn. You know that he's working the pinch. He wins another gunfight and in the smoke, not able to keep TJ alive. Vancouver were just up 3-0. But those adjustments start coming in for FaZe. The game is tied up. And look at another adjustment coming in. They called them off guard in the first go-around, but now we got Green Tunnel. I think you dare to try to cross this, man.
Yeah, for real. And, well, Abe holding the corner. Simp was trying to take away space. At least comes away with 1 for FaZe. Lunar's a little stuck at the moment, but if you can find the kill and just get traded out, that's okay. So 2v2. 04, I believe, had just been seen on this cross, and yeah, Vancouver are going to take their time to make sure they clean this up.
Yeah, no 4 isn't going to mess with anything. Going to wrap back, and the timing should work out in his favor. Turns the corner. Dabuza keeps him alive. 1v2, and TJ's going to fall. Just finesse, finesse, finesse. Again, the adjustments start coming in for FaZe. You got trophy systems that come into play. And that's been a couple of different looks that Vancouver just are not prepared for. Sim strike for the first blood. Trades are coming in at Statue. And then just 04 being aware that they could potentially be behind me. I don't want to get isolated. Let me get to my teammate. And it's a good thing I did that because the Boozer just kept me alive.
Yeah,
FaZe have the advantage now.
Yep. It happens that quickly. FaZe get a read of, okay, this is what Vancouver's trying to do. Easy counters. Easy results right now. 10-5 for Simp. Nades once again over the top of Statue. Vancouver going to try to get a little bit aggressive to contest the A site, but that means that Gwyn is by himself for the time being over towards B. And that's the direction that FaZe are going. Team shots are out. Abuza get credit for the kill. You've got Draza trying to watch the pinch, but hold on a second. A couple of kills do come including the damage that was from Lunars onto 04. So we have a 2v2, and FaZe are a little weary if that flank had been committed to or not.
Oh, yeah. Simp, a fortunate team kill there onto your guy. Would have had the man advantage, still would have potentially worked that objective, but now we got to hit the reset. Let's gain some information early on before we commit on the objective. But everybody's just running right next to each other. Hopefully your headset works.
It's the wrap back to the B-bomb site here for FaZe. Vancouver are clearing out mid and have taken their attention at A, but no one is home. So now back through tunnel they go. The post plant, though, is set up towards the defensive spawn. TJ and Abe get back over to the container, trying to get some contacts. And they see one FaZe member over. Smoke will come through. Couple of spam shots. Can TJ get timing to clean this kill up? No, there's help from behind. It's none other than Sip. I don't know if it's credit for the final, but he was in the perfect spot to stop that push-up, and FaZe continue on their winning ways.
And this is why it's so difficult to play these guys in Search and Destroy, Al, because what was it the last two offenses? Quick bomb plants at A. Now Vancouver are thinking, we got to shut down this damn play, man. We can't let them do it again. So you make the adjustments to stack over to that side of the map, and now FaZe hits you with the audible to go B. Without that team kill, that round would have been a whole lot cleaner. But the post plant 2v2, you don't spot them on the exit. You know that they're playing from that side of the map, but just a crossfire set up there from FaZe. Chemistry on full display. And that's 5 rounds in a row now for FaZe to be at game point.
I'm telling you, man, they adjust better than I think any other team right now in Search and Destroy. They get a read on what you're doing. They make the exact right read in terms of what they need to do in response, and then they're still playing around with their own playbook. Timing here could be great, though, for TJ. I don't know if he was seen on that little cross to the tunnel, but it's an instant snap, and Simp is going to get his 12th kill. And a 4v3 develops now for FaZe.
And now Vancouver back in a stagnant position. No one wants to scam. You're just trying to make up for the numbers and don't want to get isolated. And 0-4 is able to catch one before falling, so would have been great if Luna gets that one out. And keep it at 3v3, but time's still ticking. We're still down a man.
And these are just the deadliest shoulders for FaZe. Not giving away anything. Read the perfect moment. Luna's in trouble. Going to get hunted down. Nowhere to go. 6 straight rounds for FaZe.
Sheesh.
I mean, oh, that's just disgusting. And what do you say? Again, it's just like another moment for Vancouver where, to be fair, again, like you mentioned, have not played this map yet in the competitive sense here in the CDL. But you start off so strong. But FaZe get a read like, okay, this is what they want to do. This is how we're going to respond to it. And it works out perfectly. It helps that Simp, obviously, is just creating so many opportunities, not only to find eliminations, but to get info with these shoulders. Disgusting. 13 total for Simp. FaZe find themselves convincingly now up 2-0.
Yeah, Vancouver, you were up 3-0, man. And then those mid-rounds just start coming in, and Simp just says, I'm not going to allow you guys to win this map. Now, thankfully for them, even though you're down 0-2, you know that you're going to be starting a loser bracket. You're going into an overload, which happens to be your best mode. So they could potentially keep this alive when we come on a break, though, Al. But I think FaZe are looking to right the wrongs on this one because you lost this one last go around to Minnesota. You're looking for a 3-0 here.
Yeah, they're looking to find the adjustments without question. It's been easy so far for FaZe. Vancouver trying to extend the series, but we'll see if they can do so when we come back after the break.
Oh, great. This again. Oh, they're gonna dig this.
Finish the mission.
Hoorah! Can I get some help? On the way. Look out, freak bag.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Welcome back, your friends. Possibly final map. I was going to say final match, but maybe final map before we start turning our attention purely onto what's going to happen at Major 1 in Dallas. Right now, it's all FaZe. Couple of decent moments for Vancouver that spark maybe some inspiration, but FaZe have had the perfect responses, both in the hard point, locking down rotations after the first set of hills, and of course, obviously, in the Search and Destroy. 6 rounds in a row to take the 6-3 win there as we head to Overload J.
Yeah, now this is an overload map that, unfortunately for Vancouver, they haven't played with TJ in the mix. They only played it prematurely with Legends back when he was on the lineup, and they could find no success whatsoever on Den. And now you're going to be against a FaZe squad who are obviously sitting up 2-0, have obviously had 2 maps where they can technically call it a comeback, and they are wanting to right the wrongs of what happened versus them with G2 on this map. You went to an overtime and unfortunately fell short there with a lot of goal line stops. So FaZe are looking for the adjustments, and Vancouver are just looking for a lifeline.
Heard that, brother. Heard that. See if we can find something here to spark the inspiration. Let's be honest, because you can kind of see it in Abe's face right there. The frustrations feel like they're really setting in for Vancouver. It's just every time they start to get something going, it just gets thrown right back against them. And to be fair, like, you know, you kind of look over what their season has looked like so far. They've played a pretty tough opening in terms of a schedule. I mean, you had Paris, Toronto, Optic, FaZe, obviously Miami, who's looking pretty decent. Really, the only softball game they would have had was versus Cloud9 in Boston, and even the series versus Cloud9, they couldn't quite close out a map. So it's been tough for Vancouver. It's been one that I think throws a lot of panic in the air, but you know, hopefully they're learning a lot about this because, again, they just need to create a system. They need to create some trust and some belief in one another because right now it really still does feel like it's only maybe partially there.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like, though, that Vancouver potentially are going to be this lineup after Major 1. Roster chains are bound to come in, and the players are starting to feel that pressure. You need to turn it around with the quickness or have a miraculous Major 1 if you want to stand a chance of potentially still sticking. But FaZe already off the rip of this game. Clear out mid-map. 04's in their spawn. And the EMP's rotating towards B.
Yeah, 04 will at least drop quickly. Drazado's taking away the angle. It's just no one is here.
Like,
no one is here. It's like all 4 of us are looking for one player, dude. At least they're able to stop the EMP initially. Abe is low. Abuza should have no problem cleaning that up. And very wisely, he will wait for a little bit of extra help since Vancouver is off the spawn.
Yeah, you would have thought that 04 had the EMP and he was doing it with a regular weapon in his hand. It's all that focus. You almost gave him a free capture, but now it's a battle in these gunfights. 2-2 split. Draza finds a third player, but it's a one-on-one. The EMP is bound to reset. And that's not going to be the case because Vancouver are going to recover it and try to work it over towards rooftop.
Whoa.
No, they're just going to try to wrap it back. They're trapped.
Yeah. They got nowhere to go.
What was the whole point of grabbing
now
it?
FaZe, yeah, they have an opportunity to just quickly score here. Player nearby. No. Yeah, bro. That's tough. That's a tough field right there. Just everyone looking for 04 really sparks that entire push out for FaZe. It takes a little bit longer than you would have anticipated, but all in all, this has been very comfortable for Vegas. Draza trying to hold the edge while Sip tries to get there. He has to call out that a couple players are low, and he nearly takes down 2. Team kill comes through, but Vancouver will hold for now.
Yeah, Vancouver with the goal line stop. Now the EMP off the rotation to their power side of the map. And that's through Dojo. 2 player from FaZe ready and waiting. What 2 players on the opposite side are set up for the pinch. Now you are trapped if you are Surge. How are we going to play this? Are we just going to stand still and let them trap us and just slay us to bits? I guess that's going to be the answer. Last guy's EMP guy. TJ missing, dodging, all 4 dead and phasing your base.
Oh, brother. Not good news, Jay. Not good news. Small moment of defense. 04 will eventually drop, so Vancouver can continue to at least stop FaZe from scoring. But again, on the exit, whoa, nice shots there from Lunars. Okay, now we got 2 players stretching up the middle of the map, and FaZe will have to try to respond defensively. as the play is finding success, at least getting some map control back.
FaZe on the back foot now, fighting out of their spawn, but a Draza nade followed by a Draza gunfight, then followed by a Sim gunfight, leads to 3 dead. Abe fought this player pushed up. They are aware of it, so no one looking to retrieve the EMP early on, but now Sim popping pieces. Not going to allow that reset to come on in, and that's beneficial now to Vancouver, because all you have to do is stop this guy, and it's in your possession.
Well, TJ, good shutdown. Okay, let's breathe. Let's get something set up. Let's work together here for Vancouver. Lunar's trying to chase down a kill, will be punished. And TJ trying to take away space, same could be said there. 3 straight down. Abe, the last one standing, and he gets surprised and suppressed, but at least the time had been killed, because, yeah, Chad, I think you saw it. It was about to be a grab and a go, but instead, it's a reset back over to rooftops.
Yeah, forces now 0-4 to wrap back through his side of the map. And reroute his way over towards rooftops, but off of the reroute, at least 3 dead now in favor of Surge. EMP in their favor, already taking space over towards left side, but they don't win a majority of the fights. They go 2 for 2 in a split, and that's not going to allow you to get a free score.
No, not likely, not likely. Abuza able to turn and find one more over the top of Garage. EMP still down for now. Lunar's trying to hover over to the reset. Nate pushes him back, but FaZe really can't challenge, and Lunars will just grab and track this thing backwards as he's got a couple of players working on mid, but FaZe, with the response after that comes through, will clean it up, and we'll take a little bit longer here to start developing if you're Surge.
Yeah, now TJ working his way over towards that 8 point. It's a big one-on-one for the opening, but he's still the only lead blocker here. He's bound to get traded. Now you're going to force another rotation with the EMP. Thankfully, Abe wins that one on the pinch. But you're just keeping the EMP on your side of the base. You need to get it on the opposite side to get scores. Final 25.
Well, at least they clear out mid. Can hit this B cut. FaZe dealing with the pressure defensively by getting 3 members in front of the B zone. TJ trying to be the lead blocker here. 13 seconds before overtime. Semtexes are hitting for FaZe, slowing this down just a touch. TJ will drop. Now Gwyn just trying to force it, and, well, that will pretty much clean things up. Overtime possibility, though, for FaZe. Quickly in the counterattack to rooftops.
Yeah, hopefully Gwyn didn't force it too quickly, because now you're giving FaZe an opportunity to add another one to the board. Abe gets one and falls off the map, but you have the numbers advantage still in this scenario. All you got to do is take care of the EMP carrier, but Abuza isn't allowing you to do it for free. Now the teammates are here. Only 10 seconds left, but this is going to be a good push. Good last attempt for FaZe.
But Abe lines him up on the outside of roof, so it was a half that you could definitely categorize as FaZe dominated, but the scoreboard doesn't fully reflect that. So Lifeline in the mix here for Surge, but this opening, less than ideal. Let's put it that way, Jay.
Yeah, and then when you find it into the mix fest over here at bottom comms, the Simple pops a double. Probably would have wanted that EMP to get resetted. When you retrieve it, then there's pressure already in your face and you lose those fights. FaZe is just able to capitalize on that for the first one of the map. If they would have got any kills whatsoever here, potentially have added another one, but a lot of goal line stuff for Vancouver still give them a fighting chance here in the second half.
Yeah. But can we see them actually develop something offensively? Because we really didn't have much of that. Good opening nade, though. We kind of saw that from the fly-through. Right at the get-go. Able to land that right on top of Simp. Abe now with a route. Should have one for free, and he will. Is this enough to grab and try to develop something offensively? Well, yeah, now that you get a second one, Abe's on 5 in a row, starting to feel it. And Surge can start to create something here with eyes towards B. Nice shots from Abe for 6 in a row. And this very well may lead to a score, especially with the help around the point. One more player to grab, and even though Simp finds the kill, it's not before the detonation comes through.
Yeah, it's a fantastic life there from Abe. Hits the long route, wins every one-on-one gunfight possible to clear out that mid-map lane. So instantly able to tie the game, and now the reset over towards rooftops. Clear out Draza, trying to set up the pinch, be the lead blocker. You already find kill number 2. So FaZe are now on the back foot.
Yeah, a little bit. 0-4 in the corner. Able to take down one, slips away from the trade, has help from Abuza. And Abuza, he knows that. He's got Lunars pinned right now, but instead of focusing on that, he's going to try to find the rest of Surge. It does well to catch one more as the EMP now possibly could be grabbed and flipped back, but simple drop at mid-map, and Abuza has to try to guard, and he will successfully find a kill on 4 in a row now.
Yeah, don't want to waste any time if you are Vegas. It's very difficult to score from rooftop side on this side of the map. Just going to wrap it back through Dojo. Leadbach is starting to find kills, and Simp is already clearing out a lot of space towards A. So off spawn, Vancouver are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where are we going to go? We have to spread our map setup. So you're committed at B if you are Lunars, but everybody else stacked at A. Need to hold.
Yep. And you see that FaZe are just trying to pull the defense over to A off their spawns. But just enough eliminations are coming through for Vancouver to allow them to kind of play defense on both sides at once. Gwyn cutting off the middle of the map. Shut down, though, by Draza. You can see Simp is trying to make noise over towards the A side at Couches, while the rest of FaZe keep their focus forward. TJ in some trouble. At least able to find one to make life a little bit easier, but no. Simp finds the kill that he needs. FaZe able to swoop forward and get a boost of the detonation, and they're now up 2-1.
Yeah, just maintaining the possession. Waiting for the play call. Once kills start going your way from the front side, Simp eventually strikes on the pinch, guaranteed to score. Now FaZe might be able to add another one quickly to chain it to be up 3-1. Just so much space that has been cleared out, and Simp still is alive.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's the big issue here, is that Simp was just supposed to be a distraction. He's been way more than that, as Gwyn in some trouble, should be traded, and is. And we can just keep on rolling. FaZe running it up as they're able to find themselves another score at B.
Still trapped in your base if you're Vancouver. Need to stop the bleeding. Need some fights to go your way. You just got to get past the SMGs on the side of FaZe because they both pop a double, lead to all 4 dead, EMP in their possession, and you're spawning at the B point. Yeah, 5-1 is the score.
Brother, they've got everything locked down.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, one of those maps that we're going to say like we did the first two. Very close, very tight. Vancouver fighting, giving themselves a chance, but just not able to get the macro play that you need on the high level to win this mode at the moment against this team like FaZe is pulling out. 30-20 for Simp. Abuza's 26. Draza's winning gunfights like that, dog? Oh. Goodness gracious.
Oh, man, this is not getting even prettier. Like,
brother,
the entire kill feed is pink. These guys are in hell.
Oh,
look at this. It's just from every angle.
Man.
You're coming on spawn, getting shot. Simp pops another 3, almost with the 4th with the pistol. But now all 4, screw it. Let's just try to go get another one added. 50 seconds is mathematically impossible. If FaZe will get the 3-0. But Vancouver, like, at least show something, right? Let's get one.
Woof, Jay. Woof.
Let me get one now.
That was about as abusive as a spawn trap as we've ever seen on this map. Lunar's going to give it a good old try. Stuns from the defense, though, of FaZe are landing. Should be able to get this one in. Watching the crosses, Draza. And at least Lunars is able to score once. But feels like foot's a little bit off the gas here. FaZe just running rampant on Vancouver. Statement 3-0. As FaZe will finish near the top of the seedings of the bracket. And that I will say, like, you want to talk about strength of schedule? Before Major 1 started, FaZe had an absolute gauntlet. And for them to pull out a record like this is impressive.
Hey, it's a good thing that they went through some of those hard matches before the break when they were still around the mid to below side of where they wanted to be. They go back, put in the work in. You heard 04 in an interview say, I didn't go back for Christmas break or holiday break. I stayed home. I was grinding. I was watching my VODs. And it's all working out now because you got one of the top seeds. You're better at hardpoint. You're one of the best team, if not the best team in Search and Destroy. Your overload still needs some work, but that was easy cakewalk whenever you're in firm control of it. FaZe are looking good going into Major 1. And Vancouver, on the other hand, I don't know what the hell to think about these guys.
Yeah, man, that's tough right there for Vancouver. It just feels like the moments that we've had from Surge so far throughout this qualifying period has come off of individuals who have good maps. It never has really fully felt like all 4 of them have clicked yet. And who knows? Maybe that'll happen when you get in person. You can play on LAN and, you know, try to feel that energy, feel that vibe. But right now, Vancouver's looking down and out, brother. They're looking down and out. Again, just kind of recap in case you fell asleep during the first 2 maps. It really was tight for a moment for Vancouver, at least keeping it close in the first rotation. They were up 3-0 in the Search and Destroy. But as soon as FaZe figure it out and put together the responses they need to, whether that was rotating on the exposure or just stopping Vancouver from finding early success towards one of the two sites rather, it just was all FaZe all time, which that was scary. That was terrifying.
Yeah, I don't even want to break down anything. Let's just bring in the desk and see what they thought about it, because I'm lost for words, Al. I'm lost for words.
Let's start there, Rosalie, as we see dominance.
Do we have to?
Across the board.
Yeah, I mean, when Sib drops 40 kills, there's really just not a whole lot that you can do. Look, we knew that this was kind of going to be the outcome. I think, if anything, this was just, all right, FaZe was expected to slam this team. It's kind of what they did. And for the side of Vancouver Surge, like the caster said, like Jane and Alan said, that there were moments of maybe for Surge, but
first
not enough
1
to really
minute
win
of
them
Hardpoint felt good.
First-
After that,
first
it was
two
fair
rounds of
rough.
S&D
Let's take a look
felt
at the
good.
scump play of the game as we look back at the FaZe plays. Ridiculous stuff here, Nameless.
Yeah, really, it's like this was a close map too on the first side, right? And we get to the second side. It's the opportunity. You gave FaZe one opportunity to put you in a spawn trap. That's exactly what they did. And, you know, you're sitting there the whole time just thinking, for Surge, the teamwork's been off all series. But it's like, all right, let's rally together, give up a cap, and maybe play the reset. They just weren't able to do that. And it's because of FaZe, man. They're just too good, right? They're swarming you in your spawn, and they keep track of everything that you're doing. So for Surge, I mean, it's really starting at ground zero. Like, these guys need to start at the basics, fundamentals.
As we get ready to see FaZe locking in a top 4 seed, what's the expectation for a Pink Squad as we head to Texas next week?
Ooh, I mean, yeah.
I mean, look, listen. How many teams have we seen throughout these last 2 weeks falter up against teams that they should be dominating? So for FaZe, coming in here, exposure, you know, that map looks like it's very good for them going forward. And, you know, for the Overload, they've been solid at Overload.
I don't want to play them on
They're in a good spot.
Yeah, the team is looking solid.
No, I'm good.
04 and crew celebrating as Chris Lair, aka Simp, leads the lobby. He gets half of those kills in the game 3, but Ali, 80 kills on the series, a 1.54. He wants to say that number one KD belongs to me.
He's every Chris Lair. Chris, I wish we weren't. Going into Texas, it's an impossible ask, of course, because I want to be like, guys, can we please sing this song if they're doing well? I know they won't. But wow, I mean, best player in the game by far. I feel like, at least for me, especially after this. I think after is probably like Dan, and then maybe it's Joe. But Simp has jumped best player in the game once again. I mean,
where is his team though in our standings? It's time to update the bad boys as we have the Easy Max and all of the Wizards behind the scenes compiling the numbers. Nameless, who do you think's our top squad?
I think it might be Riyadh, right? I saw somebody post something about it. I mean, we have a 4-way tie. Who knows what's going to happen there with the number 1?
Paris Gentlemates
there we go. Paris,
are
number
the
1.
number 1 seed. FaZe are your number 2 seed. Falcons will finish in
Okay.
3rd, and Royal Ravens are locked in 4th. That means we will see Royal Ravens and Thieves Optic matching up against FaZe. Let's take a look at this. Is it against FaZe or Falcons? Falcons here. There we go.
Oh my God, that's an insane round 1 matchup.
We get the rematch, LA Thieves versus the Royal Ravens. The storyline's already there for that one.
Falcons and Optic, that's fantastic.
Got some instant classics here in round 1.
And for the Heretics, they will find themselves joining Vancouver Surge, Boston Breach, and Cloud9 with 1 lives each in the elimination bracket. Those top 8 teams, they get 2 lives as we'll be starting things off with the winners bracket on Thursday. That's right. We are just 4 days away, ladies and gentlemen. Mark your calendars and lock in because games are kicking off at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 10:30 over on the West Coast with Paris Gentlemates facing off against Toronto Koi.
Wow.
The rematch that went to a Game 5 round 11 happens in the second fight of the night. And then Optic will be taking the stage in front of the home crowd against Falcons, a top 3 seed. Nameless, as always, I got to ask, what did you learn today?
I learned that FaZe is not to be played with, man. I think
Yeah,
they might be my number 1 favorite going into the event.
Allie?
Flip side, Carolina's the real deal. They might be one of the best teams in the game. Listen, I didn't believe it for a minute, but I've got to hop on the train now.
Vancouver fans, things did not go your way today, but they're looking good in the NFL. Best of luck to everyone. Safe travel, stay warm, and we'll see you all in Texas. You see the Shaheed catch? Ridiculous. Much love, everybody.